Anyone know that Bob Seger song that Metallica did a cover of, the "On the Road Again" on the stage? Here I am. You want to chat? Know that? Here I am on the road again. Here I go up on the stage. Here I am playing the star again. Here I go, turn the page.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Week in Review with the one and only Doooovid. We've got a great show planned for you today. Thanks, everyone, for joining, especially Doooovid, who's here in good spirits. You shared a video with us. Why don't you tell us a little bit about that video that you had me play at the beginning of the show there, Doooovid? Thank you and welcome. Sorry, Doooovid, but you're still muted.
Oh, yeah, sorry about that. Thank you. Yeah, ironically, that's one of my least viewed videos, less than 20 views at a Jewish event, a Hanukkah event where they had a band and those professional musicians that, Jewish that come and play Jewish events sometimes. But that was the song, and this is an interesting song that is Miseralu, which is possibly an ancient song. It's of disputed origins. But it's also a popular Hasidic tune. So a lot of these Hasidic tunes, I said, were meditations on the four-letter name of God, and were specifically written by rabbis. And then there were other tunes that were popular tunes that the rabbis decided to take and use as Jewish tunes that they thought were good, meditations. And so some theology they said no, it was that was a lost tune of King Solomon's temple, and somehow the Goyim got a hold of this lost tune from King Solomon's temple. And there's different theories of it, but so if you're around Hasidim, you might hear that tune Miseralu, and it's a popular tune in Greece and Arabic. I put let me do a screen share because I wanted to do just a very brief thing on the continuation of the music and mathematics. So I thought I would do this tune and show the video and a little bit of because it's a very popular tune. So this is a tune that Hasidim sing. It's unclear like who the first rabbi was to take this tune and sort of say like kosherize it. So here's a simple way to look at the music as math, and this is the tune that we just heard, the Miseralu. So if you look at this, it's somewhat of a mathematical representation because it'd be a frequency level. But the tune as you're hearing it, that's a very simple theme. It's pretty simple when you think about it. Yeah, it's just a trajectory of moving up and down for a specific period of time. And so I'm not sure if anyone ever sees music, but you could see this is the bridge that was singing da 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 da. So I mean, really, what the musically it does, it forces it up to a higher pitch. You could use the bridge, and here it's within the base of the song, but so I mean, this isn't completely for singing, but it's just a nice representation. Then here you could actually see the sheet music. This is from a web page, sheetmusic.com, and I'll put it in the chat if you wanted to actually. It's actually very expensive. I used to buy this stuff to look at it, but it's too expensive. But you just get the first page for free. But you could see what the sheet music looks like to it. But yes, that's a pretty cool tune. There's actually like known dances to it. If people, they do like kind of these slow dances. It's a wedding song, but it's also a Hasidic tune. It could fit this three-part structure where it opens up, like the famous Dick Dale, where it's kind of like you're just a pounding on a key or something. But just the song, like the introduction of the theme, I na 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 na, I na 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 na. A very simple, simple tune, but it could fit the three-part structure of a Hasidic tune. It's not really a three-part structure Hasidic tune, but it's adapted, and this would be called a bridge, which you're going to take the same theme, the I na 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 na, and you use the bridge to take it up to a higher octave, to the eventually a release of the tension. We'd be like I na 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 na, I na 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 na. But the bridge, like da 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 Da, 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 and chanting that will have an effect also in terms that it makes it obvious to the audience that there's a change in the music structure. But we could talk more about the chanting. I appreciate Nick tuning in. I'm actually going to maybe look at some of this eBay stuff and talk about price discovery, and I'm going to use my eBay page as an example. But I wanted to continue with the chanting and maybe show how this famous tune that in America it's not that famous. It's interesting if there's an African American who like 50 years ago made himself out to be from India, and I forget it. He called himself something Pandit, but I mean he was an African American. A musical genius piano player, and he played Misirlou pretty commonly. But part of his act, I guess, was that he pretended like he was some sort of Swami from India. But that was one of the tunes that he would use, and now it's common, like during the Olympics in Greece and Russia. And great musical structure, and it's a good jamming tune where you could have all sorts of musicians that could vary it and play. So if there's ever a meeting of the entropist in person, Misru would be a good tune. And hand it over to Jennifer, and maybe I'll tell a story about the life of David Bohm. It's an interesting story to lead up to some stuff we're going to talk about too.
Is David Bohm the guy who was LARPing as a Swami?
No. That was an African American musician. David Bohm is the physicist who was a disciple of Oppenheimer and Einstein.
Yeah. Just checking. Yeah, he that idea came up recently. I can't remember where, but I think he was essentially correct with his idea of the pilot waves. It sort of ties into the de Broglie wavelength and things like that. Bohmian mechanics, I believe it's called. That should be interesting to look at.
Yeah, so I guess just to finish this, Misirlou in spirit is like a love song of someone who falls in love with an Arabic woman. If it's like a non-Arabic woman or a Greek woman, but it's some sort of love song, and I don't know the exact terms of the meaning. It was most famously revived in the movie Pulp Fiction by Harvey Weinstein, ironically. I don't know if, are you familiar with the movie Pulp Fiction?
Yeah, I've seen it a few times.
So John Travolta, is dancing to the Dick Dale version, and Dick Dale was like the time of the Beach Boys, what they call surfing guitar, and guitar music played in a certain way that's considered surf style, which is a certain sound that's done by certain techniques that was made popular in California, and so that that song Misirlou is the song in the dance competition at the bar with John Travolta.
Oh, very interesting little piece of trivia there. I got a message from Vincent earlier who said he wanted to come on the show. I don't know if you want me to send him the link now, because I know he tends to go to bed a little earlier.
Yeah, that's fine. So while you send him the link and get ready, let me just give a little bit of story bio information on David Bohm. So, I mean, David Bohm is a Jewish kid. I think it was from Pennsylvania or somewhere, something like that. From, his father has a furniture business, and he just really, really loves science. And his father wants him to go into the furniture business, but all he does is love science and study science. And eventually he ends up in California, whatever the school is, where Oppenheimer is a professor, and he's a real standout, excellent science student. And he ends up, a graduate student under Oppenheimer, if it was Berkeley or Caltech or Stanford, wherever Oppenheimer was. I'm not sure. I'd have to Google that unless you remember offhand. And then he does important work for the Manhattan Project, and some of the equations that made the Manhattan Project work were from Bohm. And he also does a whole bunch of the mathematical equations for various work for Einstein, so much that he's considered one of Einstein's closest disciple. but he gets caught up in communism. Like as a student, he was part of a student communist group, and even if that's all he did was go to a few meetings and join a student communist party, he gets blacklisted, and Oppenheimer cuts him out of the Manhattan Project and basically tells him you never work in physics again. Bohm had written the most popular quantum mechanics textbook at the time that was based on Bohr and the Copenhagen interpretation. So the main quantum mechanics textbooks that they were using in universities, that was based on Bohr's ideas, and the Copenhagen interpretation was written by Bohm, but he was blacklisted and he couldn't get any jobs teaching. So he goes down to South America and he publishes new works that are no longer in the line with Copenhagen and Bohr, and talk about basically synthesis between quantum mechanics and Einstein and some sort of deeper wave, different ideas that we'll talk about later, but they're largely ignored, even though they seem pretty decent and good. But because of the politics, no one does anything. So Bohm eventually moves to Israel, gets married in Israel, and then eventually is a professor in London. And he does all types of things, physics, that we'll talk about more. But he's the precursor to a lot of these quantum mind ideas. So he's got a little bit of an interesting bio that he was with Einstein, Oppenheimer, gets blacklisted from communism, has to flee the country, and now he's being revived. And for me and Jennifer, it's very interesting because it's a sign that the mainstream physicists are taking a more serious look at quantum mind. And so Bohm is one of the more mainstream people that proposed this idea almost 100 years ago.
Yeah, I just had prepared a quick share of the oh, sorry, we got some background noise coming in on Vincent's end, but yeah, I was just sharing the theoretical background of the theory.
Okay, hold on. I'm going to fix that. Sorry.
I haven't looked into it too deeply, but basically the idea of pilot waves is pretty foundational to physics. It informs the theory of matter waves, and my theory is also a wave, has waves as axioms, like everything is basically a waveform, and particles are not physically real, but they can be experimentally real.
Yeah, so I thought it might be interesting for Vince also. So I guess if Vince doesn't have it ready yet, I'll do a screen share for less than a minute. And so here's just a random video, like this one, not necessarily worth anything, but just showing all this stuff coming out of India on quantum science and reincarnation. Here is this big Bohm event, and I encourage people to watch it. It's going to be on Friday or Saturday at 10 a.m. on YouTube, and I guess there's going to be famous scientists that are taking part of it. There's a Fetzer Foundation. Here's the interesting thing, that David Bohm ends up becoming good friends with Krishnamurti, who is becomes the guru of Theosophical Society. Was kind of like just the random kid that Ambasant picked up and turned into a real teacher. And Krishnamurti used to say, the observer observed, the observer becomes the observed. So David Bohm, when he heard Krishnamurti say the observer becomes the observed, was mind blown, and he said that solves physics, and he completely changes his understanding of perception and the fundamental things based on this Krishnamurti statement of the observer becomes the observed. And so it's kind of basic Hinduism, this type phraseology of the observer becomes the observed. And I have these slides on Vivekananda and Freemasonry. So maybe if Vince, after he's done talking about what he wants to talk about, it might be interesting to go through, just some slides that are talking about, because Vince is doing research on Freemasonry, and Vivekananda is probably the most well-known Freemason and maybe sculptor of Freemasonry, and also an interesting thought to see how Hinduism, Vedic philosophy, has influenced Western culture through Freemasonry, with people like Albert Pike, who I believe met with Madame Blavatsky and read Bhagavad Gita and amalgamated some Vedic things into Western Freemasonry. And, ironically, I mean, Albert Pike was a Confederate, was with the Confederacy, but ironically, his statue was overturned in the last few weeks in Washington, D.C.
Oh, Albert Pike's statue was taken down?
By a mob.
Oh, well, I'm not so upset about that, to be honest with you, but okay. That doesn't sound so bad.
But if you're pro-Hindu, you note that Albert Pike did amalgamate many Vedic ideas into Western Freemasonry, so there's a lot of...
That's interesting that you bring that up, because I was just looking through the Encyclopedia of Freemasonry by Albert Mackey, and so we were talking about the Freemasonry is 1000% most definitely a Noahide structure, and we know that in order to be a Freemason, you have to proclaim monotheism. You can't be an atheist, and you cannot be a polytheist, and that's why in the beginning, the Freemason lodges in India and Calcutta did not accept Hindus, but they were more willing to accept Zoroastrians and Muslims, and Hindus had a much harder time getting into Freemasonry. But then in the Freemasons started Noahidizing Hinduism, because they were coming in and they were explaining it and saying that, oh, well, it's only superficially polytheistic. It's really monotheism. And they did make negative comments about it. They're like, oh, it's this intelligent monotheism that is just mixed in with, seemingly polytheistic absurdity. And they were just basically trying to make Hindus believe that they're monotheists. And that's a Noahide practice. They call them religious councils, where you're supposed to set up a religious council and you're supposed to find high-ranking leaders in the community. You come together, you parse apart the ideology, you say what is Noahide compliant, what is not Noahide compliant, and you strip out what doesn't work for the Noahide, and you leave behind a husk of the religion that looks like Hinduism, but it is not Hinduism. It's monotheized, Noahidized Hinduism, and you leave behind all the colors and the trappings. But that's what Freemasonry has been doing to Hinduism since the beginning. I am sure that they've stolen some Hindu rituals. Actually, I did see it's a lot more based out of Judaism. I mean, they might have picked up a few things in Calcutta. They stole some tiny things from Hinduism, but I don't think that, anything that is Hindu inside Freemasonry comes from the fact that Freemasonry is Kabbalistic. Everything in Freemasonry comes from the Kabbalah, basically, all the mysticism. And the Kabbalah is nothing that didn't appear until the 13th century in Judaism. It's European paganism that was taken, transmuted, and retrofitted to serve Jewish purposes. So if you're starting out your basis with European paganism, there's going to be similarities between that and Vedic Hinduism that you're going to find in India. So anything in Freemasonry that appears to come from Hinduism, it's only because Freemasonry is based in Kabbalah. And so, but I really don't believe, I think you might be overemphasizing the amount that they borrowed directly from Hinduism. I think it really would be minuscule from what I understand.
Yeah, I don't think you're, I guess, steeped in the Freemasonic literature or scholarship that, obviously Freemasonry today, or maybe has a Noahide bent, but even the famous Freemasons that were, so to say, Noahideists, claim the origin of Freemasonry, is, so to say, pre-monotheistic. So if you're the origins of Freemasonry, maybe it comes to King Solomon. Most say it's older, and then it comes from Enoch. So if you believe in the biblical creation, that the world is so many thousand years old, Freemasonry is a true science, and it was given over by God to the prophet Enoch, who is like Noah's grandfather. And this wisdom of Freemasonry permeated the world separate from the Jewish people. And Enoch is, Freemasonry multiple truth hypothesis, that Freemasonry also systematizes and organizes ancient Egyptian mostly, but African and all world religions. So if you say Freemasonry is the true science of the organization of the world, of possibly monotheism and these various things. So many people from a Hindu perspective will say Freemasonry is just Sanatana Dharma. That's really all it is. And so obviously a Jewish Freemason or a Christian Freemason or maybe even a Muslim Freemason might try to bend Freemasonry towards Noahidism. But at the end of the day, no, Freemasonry is describing these universal laws of structural organizations of humans, and it goes beyond Noahidism. And just because there's a large Jewish presence, specifically in Freemasonry in America in the West, so you could argue like there's this known accepted Freemasonry, like these people who made initiations and levels. First, you say the science, that there's a science of initiations and levels. And all societies have these initiation level structures, and those are actually based on the ancient Egyptian cults. They're not based on Judaism, and there may or may not be Noahide compliant. And it's only later Freemasonic scholars, revisionists, that try to make Freemasonry Noahide compliant, so to say, going backwards. But it's like this is a dispute within Freemasonry, and even monotheism is largely a dispute within Freemasonry, or Freemasonry could be considered satanic or polytheistic. So, Vince, you may be correct that there may currently be a body of Freemasons that are Noahides and had these lodges and made these decisions. But I'm separating, we'll call the science and the religion of Freemasonry from possibly a corrupt body of people that practice the religion of Freemasonry imperfectly.
Well, I want to say that whatever the foundations or the starting stories that Freemasons give you, it all is biblical. It all comes from the Jewish Old Testament. They're not, Freemasonry doesn't start in the Judaism is based on a lot of Egyptian mythology and Near East mythology. So just because there's similarities in Freemasonry to Near East mythology and Egyptian mythology doesn't mean that it actually came out of paganism. But, well, Judaism came out of paganism. So you can have that kind of appearance to it. But the Freemasonry definitely came out of the monotheistic version of those pagan religions, which was Judaism, and that monotheism is a requirement. You have to believe in one God in order to get into Freemasonry, and that is why it was harder for the Hindus to get into the lodges inside India. And the Freemasons in Calcutta from the Grand Lodge in England specifically Noahidized the Parsis, the Zoroastrians in India, because they were monotheists. They actually said, yes, they are Noahides. So the Freemasons were interested about the Noahide question in India. They specifically were sure to bring that up and say, well, we're making a distinction between who is Noahide in India and who isn't. And the Hindus were out. So I'm doing a lot of research now. The Parsi Zoroastrians dominated those Freemason lodges. And what was going on, I have a new blog out the parsylist.blogspot.com, where I basically am documenting the treasonous nature of the Parsis. So the Parsis are Zoroastrians. I very much dislike Zoroastrians. They are the precursor to Judaism. They are they're dualists. They are what's the word? They are complexed by their interaction with Christianity. So they want to tell you that they're pure monotheists. They're really not. They're dualists because they believe that there's pure good and a pure evil God. And they believe that they are co-equal, and that the good God created all that is good and the evil God created all that is bad. And, there's an absolute separation. Now they want to be monotheists, and for the purpose of Freemasonry, they were declared to be monotheists. But what I'm trying to get out about the Zoroastrians, the Freemasons, and Parsis is that these Zoroastrians, these monotheists, look down very much on the polytheistic Hindus. And when the British came in, they worked very hand in glove with the British. They were basically very treasonous. They were very quick to change culture. They had a lot more affinity for the British, because the Zoroastrians in India came from Iran. What happened when the Islamic persecution started in Iran, some of these small number of these Zoroastrian Iranians got into a ship and landed near, I can't remember the city that they landed near now, but
I got a question for you, Vincent.
Yeah.
Do you think that the West is a Freemasonic construct?
Well, I mean, yes. Well, I think that the people who founded it were a lot into Freemasonry. I think that the Constitution could be considered a demi or pseudo Freemason doctrine, in that if they're going from this thing of Noah, there's this universal brotherhood of man, and there is a kind of Noahidism is not a democracy, but within it, it's not a democracy between Jews and non-Jews. But if you read the Noahide material, everything is about the universalness of the Noahide code and the universalness of man, and how we are all the descendants of Noah. So we're all kind of like one race. So in that sense, it could be it could have been pseudo influenced by Freemasonry, but Freemasonry is a very hierarchical religion. I don't know exactly how Freemasonry, was organized at the time of the American Revolution, but I wouldn't be surprised if the United States government at least has some kind of basis on that. Yes, something like that. But I wanted
to research on this. I mean, it's interesting, and I'm not going to waste everyone's time with giving a whole bunch of facts and history. And I'm interested in hearing Vince's research on India. But I'm going to say, like, Freemasonry is not built on a Judeo structure. It's built upon a pagan initiation structure that either has origins in Egypt, Greece, or Rome, or if you want to argue, you could argue, India and Vedic culture. But they're saying the Judeo system of oaths and rites and rituals with the ceremonies is not really Judeo. And so Jews were Masons, and you could say the Masons are generally a Noahide body. But even to say that Masons are Noahide at all is questionable by the sages. And I know, Vince, or for the purpose of we're arguing, me and Vince are agreeing that Masons are not only Noahide compliant, but they are the essential Noahides. But in terms of the Judeo perspective, like, no, there's a few things that are extremely problematic, like the use of oaths and like these ceremonies that may be pagan in origin. So if you're talking about the scholarship of the origins of Masonry, certainly in America, in a largely Christian society, the percentage of Masons of Gentile Masons is that are Christian is far less than the percentage that is Christian in larger society. Masons are less likely to be Christian, but because Masonry allows a person, kind of like Hinduism, to continue what they are. So if you're a Christian, you could be a Christian Mason. If you're a Jew, you could be a Jewish Mason or a Farsi or whatever you get in. You say, well, you can't be a Hindu Mason because the way the rules are structured, that Hindus are not considered monotheists. But once Hindus get in as monotheists, like, yes, you could be a Hindu monotheist. But to say that it was Noahide structure, like, I would argue that, yes, it's the Freemasonry is the vehicle of Noahidism around the world, but from a factual element of actual historical debate, we know Freemasonry arises in the West through the construction guilds in Europe, going back about 800 years ago. This is the first recorded origins. Like, it's possible that Freemasonry, if you're a believer in the religion, this is how all people organize and structure. There's initiations, and there's certain divisions of labor and tasks. And if you're a believer in the religion of Freemasonry, you cannot organize without following these Masonic structures. So you could call it Sanatha Dharma, you could call it Chinese or whatever they call it in Shintoism. It's saying it's universal. It's a law of metaphysics that human structures fall into these Masonic structures. And then you actually have Masonic orders that developed, in Europe, where you had the Masonic orders of the construction guilds under the church, to eventually a more secularized vehicle of Masonry that included a lot of Christians and Jews, but provided a vehicle that you didn't have to be a Christian or a Jew. You could be largely a monotheist. And these Masonries develop in Europe and eventually come with Illuminati and become the most powerful group of Masonry in the world. So obviously when it goes to India, they team up with the Masons that are already there or with the structure. But from the science of Masonry, you have to believe that the system is true. And as a Jewish Mason, I'm going to say, yes, the system is true, and it's basically Judeo-Noahidism that's behind it. But you don't have to be a Judeo-Noahide to be a Mason. You could be any form of another one, and you could have your theory competitive understanding of the origin of Masonry. So when Doooovid says it's Enoch, it's the Bible, and there could be, Mark Brahman, he said, no, it's Apollo. And, it could be Norvin and say, like, no, it's Thor, or it could be, Christian saying it was Jesus Christ, or a Farsi. And, the multiple truth hypothesis is actually, you could argue that the multiple truth hypothesis is the central pillar that has allowed Masonry to exist all this time. And it's really nothing unique that Doooovid is coming up with. The multiple truth hypothesis is, in fact, the pillar of the religion, Freemasonry, as a believer in the religion.
Well, I mean, I don't think that's the way, obviously, it came out in practice. As I said, I've been doing lots of research, and I have found academic papers that actually study the phenomenon that even though Parsis probably made up much less than 1% of the population of India, and, whatever, 90 or 85% of the population of India was Hindu, and there were a lot more Muslims than Parsis at that time, Parsis dominated these Freemason lodges. They were chosen. The British liked the Parsis, and
so the Jews. I was saying there were less Jews than there were Parsis, but I mean, the British divide and conquer strategy was obvious. That you had your large Hindu population, and you had a handful of minorities that were interspersed amongst the larger Hindu majority. So the divide and conquer strategy was to take these indigenous minorities and make them management under the British, and they used Freemasonry as the tool to do it, that they had an existing structure to raise the Farsis up in the rank so that they could become management over the larger society that at one point they were just a minority amongst. And the Jews even more so, that Babylon Hebrews family in Iraq, and the Sassoon family, and all these various things that were risen to power to administer the British estate. and Freemasonry was the vehicle that they did it through. But it doesn't discredit the religion of Freemasonry. It more credits the fact that the British weren't able to use Christianity. They had to use some common universal vehicle to create this structure, and it was Freemasonry that they used. And you're saying in America, it was Freemasonry that they used also. And today, like largely what holds together the multicultural United States, African Americans and Muslims, and it's still largely Freemasonry, even though what it means to be a Freemason and the origins of Freemasonry are shrouded in mystery and dispute.
Muslims are also monotheists. They liked Muslims in India, but not as much as they liked the Parsis. There was a greater connection there, and they went out of their way to declare them Noahides, and they were very positive about it. And when you read their literature, what I'm finding out, and I've been posting a lot about this, the Parsis are very elitist. They are very much like Jews. They're very elitist. They think they're better than the Hindus. They have a racial complex that they are like this superior Iranian race. And Muslims are also monotheists, but the Parsis, it just worked better, and they dominated.
Well, it didn't work better because it was true according to Masonry. I mean, saying that it was corrupted because they wanted to control India. And the most obvious allies in the British control of India were the Jews and the Parsis and the Muslims to a lesser degree. But in order to control India, they decided, like, okay, if we could get the Jews and the Parsis to turn against the larger population in favor of our rulership, that may be enough. And Freemasonry is the vehicle that they used to create these power structures.
Well, but read Freemason material about Hinduism. They're not happy with Hinduism's polytheism, and they go out of their way to monotheize Hinduism. The Freemasons, from the literature I read, they want to say it only
appears. The opposite effect, though, even though they attempted to do that, the opposite effect comes. And
that's karma.
Albert Pike ends up Vedicizing Freemasonry. So the Freemasons are like Disraeli, and the Freemasons at the time, certainly they knew enough wisdom to some extent conquer India, but eventually the Dharma, and they like, no, Sanatana Dharma is Freemasonry, and so Sanatana Dharma won out.
You know what the new thing is? I've been finding this. So I have that other blog, NoahideindiaWatch.blogspot.com, where I am documenting all the movements of the Noahides in India. And their latest thing is to call the 7 laws of Noah the 7 laws of Manu, and how Noah is Manu. They're not Vedicizing Noahidism. They're not Vedicizing Freemasonry. They are Noahidizing Hinduism, and they are Freemasonryism or whatever. They're making Hinduism more Freemasonry. It's not going
through the slides, but saying, let's say you're correct in saying, Freemasonry was the vehicle. A Noahide version of Freemasonry was the vehicle to win over India. However, at the current state of affairs, Vedic wisdom is winning out over Freemasonry. So today, when someone looks at Freemasonry, that sounds a lot more like Vedic wisdom than Jewish Noahidism. So you may be correct that the current power structures, like Jehovah's Witness, those guys are really Masons, and those guys are really pushing Noahidism under the guise of this religion, Jehovah's Witness. But relatively on a global scene, I would say that Vedic influence on the West is outpacing this Noahide Judeo-Christian.
Yeah, but they want we're selecting the strains of Hinduism that are monotheists. What was facilitated was ISKCON, and other monotheistic Hinduism, a lot of Hindus have been embarrassed into becoming monotheists. If you see a lot of modern Hinduism, they're very quick to say Hinduism is not polytheistic and it is not idolatrous. If you remember, go to my other blog, halfnoahidewatch.blogspot.com. You can see that the Hindu American Foundation went running to Israel to get their certificate from the chief rabbi over there that Hindus worship one supreme being and that they do not practice idolatry. But at the same time, at that meeting, it was discussed, they were said, remember these religious councils where the Jews come in and they parse apart your religion and they say, this is Noahide and this is not. That's what they had there. They had a religious high council, and they said in the council, they said, you know what, some of your Hindu practices and beliefs are idolatry. And if you want to be Noahide, they specifically said you have to be monotheist. So the Hinduism, that Hindu American Foundation is the largest Hindu advocacy organization in America. ISKCON is huge at evangelism. The Hinduism that is being brought into the West is more likely to be the monotheist, to have been made monotheistic and closer to the Noahide than what would have originally been in India before the advent of British colonialism and Freemason infiltration over there. So, and I disagree that.
So I'm saying maybe in terms of winning over converts, but you say no. I mean, it's in terms of immigration. Only 2 or 3% of Indian Americans are listed as ISKCON, which is relatively huge number. That 2 or 3% of the Indians in America would be classified as ISKCON. But as long as there's large amounts of immigration from India to America, the majority of these immigrants, they're setting up temples, and they're not monotheistic. So if you're in Metro Detroit,
a lot of them, they're very complex. Indians are very complex about monotheism. That the British and the Muslims shamed them into feeling that they have to be monotheistic. Go into the community. I mean, you do, and bring it up. And
here in Metro Detroit, Michigan, you have over 100,000 people from India here. In my area, you have 2 ISKCON temples, but there's about 40 Hindu temples.
I know, but when you go in there, what's
a good handful of them in Spokane? You have a handful that are monotheists.
No, I don't. I would not say handful.
Probably not monotheists.
No, I would. It's way more than that. Look, the Hindu American Foundation is the largest. There's no one bigger than them.
I have the Hindu American Foundation on my YouTube page. I'm saying they spoke in our synagogue. We did an event together.
I know, and they went running to Israel to get the certificate of monotheism. They're desperate not to be polytheists. Desperate.
Yeah, but they don't really. ISKCON has more power than the Hindu American Foundation. They're just a low level lobbying group of.
They're the largest. There's no Hindu American. They're the largest Hindu American lobby in America. They are.
Yeah, but it's not saying much. I'm saying, like, what's their annual budget? How many employees do they have?
More so than anyone else. No, I don't know anyone.
Do they have more than like 20 employees? Is their annual budget?
Okay, the fact that they have
budget,
any employees,
like more than $1 million or a few million. Like in Michigan, there's one dude, the Hindu American Foundation, and like that's not his job. Like he's like got a radio show, and like Hindu American Foundation is part time. So the whole state of Michigan, with 100,000 Indians, there's one dude that represents the whole of the Hindu American Foundation.
More than what anyone. It's all relative. It's relative.
So he shows up in Lansing at the state capitol and the events, and there's not that many of them. And he speaks to he goes.
Okay, but that's more than what anyone else has. Relatively speaking, it's more than anyone else has. They're very connected with the Israeli government. They have lots of Jewish support. They make lots of money. They are. I don't care if they have 2 paid employees. I don't know any other Hindu advocacy or lobbying organization that has access to all these Congress people, that has paid interns. Nobody else has that going on.
Doovid, you thinking what I'm thinking? Vincent needs an intro to pill pull class from Doovid.
Yeah, because you may be, I would say the
No, we're talking about Indians being complex.
I would say
We're talking about Indians.
The Hindu Republican coalition is probably more powerful than the HAF because, no, I'm saying like these guys, like HAF has basically zero power. All they all they do is show up at multicultural interfaith events and are part of coalition. They have zero power in lobbying. They don't control any politicians. There's no issues. They don't have a budget arm. So Charlie Kumar wrote a few checks. So if you're talking like Republican Hindu coalition, at least they wrote a few checks. Like you say, like, no, I'm saying end of the day, we're talking American politics, and you have to buy politicians if you want them to do something for you. And HAF is not buying politicians. Like, they don't have any money. They don't have any power. All they do is show up. I mean, they do good things. They're good people. They might make a benediction and show up to some interfaiths and, you know, be a liaison for the community. I'm not saying it's nothing, but they're not like AIPAC, and they're not even like the Republican Hindu coalition because they don't have any money to buy off politicians.
Well, no, but okay. First of all, I think you're downplaying. They might not be mega rich and they might not be paying off politicians, but they have a lot of face time. They have a lot of name recognition, and they get themselves involved in a lot of social activities. They lead a lot of social activities, such as the Hindu drive to edit the California textbooks. They are always at the forefront. Their articles make it into mainstream magazines. If they're the Republican Hindu coalition advertising. Oh wait, but
the guy of the Hindu. I have the head of the. I know the head of HAF in Michigan. I know. I have him on my YouTube channel saying like the opposite of what you're saying. It's like no one's gonna watch that video. I wish they did. But like, yeah, we have one Indian congresswoman in the state legislature.
More than anyone else. But the point is, the organization just shows how complex Indians are about monotheism. I mean, the fact that you're acting half with their however many people they have there, 20, it just all happened that they were all rabid monotheists that had to go running to Israel. No, that's a good demographic there. That shows the cross-section of the Hindu community, that there are enough of them that they're going to go running to Israel to get their certificate of monotheism. They've been nomadized
I mean, I don't think you're right at all about that. I mean, it's what I was telling Luke earlier today about evolution, saying that HAF are basically your white splainers. So you're saying that they need they need to represent Hindus in civil rights so that America doesn't say like you don't belong here and your practices don't belong here. You're a foreign people in a foreign nation with forbidden practices. So they're basically like a civil rights group. That's so you know, when people call up and say like, how the hell are all these people? How did they get here in this country? And how the hell did they get permission to do these practices? So you have your, you know, so to say, white splainers, and those guys, of course, they're going to be monotheists, and of course, they're going to be pro-Israel, pro-Noahide, because their main purpose is to, you know, so to say, get white people off the backs of Indians, or to form a coalition of minorities. But when you get into the internal group of who those people represent, like, no, they don't necessarily believe. It's just like, yeah, the people that are, you know, trying to win over white people for Hindus, you know, are going to have to take more, you know, liberal or more mainstream positions than the people that they represent.
No, I think that you're just Doovid. They're not like some kind of. It's not like they just magnetized monotheists to themselves. That this is a real problem in the Hindu community of the need to be monotheists. It's a problem, and they are just.
It's because they're scared, because they're immigrants in a foreign land among a different people.
No, that's not it. It's not they're being clever. No, in India, the Christians, the Freemasons, the Muslims got to them. It got to them. It's in their psyche. This is a real problem. It's not. They're not being clever. It's not like the Hindus are being all devious and coming in and be like, ha ha ha, we're going to trick the monotheists. No, they want to be monotheists. They want the recognition. They want to be on par because they view monotheism as being better, above them, the ruling class.
Well, I'm saying they don't necessarily. It's just like Jews in Europe that became Christians in order to have success in larger societies. So, do Hindus really believe in monotheism, or do they just fake believing in monotheism to get ahead in Western society?
No, well, no, I don't think that. I think that they are complex. I think that I really think that the ones that say they're monotheists, I think that they, maybe some of them are just saying it to fit in, but still, that's still bad enough to be corrupting the religion just because you want to fit in. I mean,
then you got to be like Antifa here, that you're fighting for the right to be here in America. So it's saying like you're not monotheist. You don't like Christianity. It's like, what the hell do you come here to America for? So then you're still like, no, ADL, we're a nation of immigrants. I have the right to worship idols. I have the right to not like Christianity and be a U.S. citizen. But it's saying like, I have the right to have dark skin and be a prominent member of America. But it's like, it's difficult for someone from India to step up and say that, and say like, yes, I reject your Christianity. Yes, I reject your this and this. And yes, I demand entry into your society as an equal.
Okay,
so
well,
it's more easy to say like, okay, like, monotheists. We're going to blend right in. We're also monotheists.
Then they're being bullied. They're being pushed. They're being morphed. The monotheists are affecting them, and it's obvious that they're being affected, and that, I'm not saying that it's, Christians had a lot to do with that in Islam, and not everything is like the Jews coming in with Noahidism, but at least this started on Freemasonry, and we know that they were interested in that, and the Freemasons were interested in making it a monotheistic religion.
India is one of the most anti-Christian countries in the world, right?
Yes, but they're not anti-monotheist, and they're not anti-Noahide.
Well, that may or may not be so, but it's saying when an Indian comes to America and say, okay, thanks to the ADL and thanks to the prominence of the Jews, they could come to America and be just as anti-Christian as they were when they were in India. But it's like, it's just the Jews who support our anti-Christianity, and the average American Goy, including African Americans, are greatly disturbed with our anti-Christianity. And so then you're saying, well, what are your options? Like the vast majority of Americans, including African Americans, Hispanics, are strong Christians. And so Hindus, they're basically like the Jews are the only people that are willing to take them seriously. So they have to turn to Freemasonry. But it's like, Freemasonry, but you have to believe in monotheism. And so you could take the order, so if you're really believing Hindu, you're going to be. And a lot of people believe that actually, like, behind Antifa and anti-American sentiment is actually Hinduism. That is saying like, no, you guys do not own this property. No, you guys do not have the right to set up Christianity, and it's just a false religion. You're claiming the land is illegitimate.
Well, I do want to talk about that, because of what you just said.
Who believes that the Hindus are behind America unrest? And
yeah, I know. I think that's a bit far-fetched.
There's some like intelligence, like FBI. I mean, if you look at Antifa, and like obviously there's Jewish involvement, but this kind of base sentiment that your claim to this land is illegitimate, that Hindus will back up, and even to say the original, like Martin Luther King studied under Gandhi, in the connection between Yogananda met with African American leaders, and that it's just a dark-skinned coalition, that Hindus are. We could talk about it more, but there's no one in the mainstream that you're going to find on any of these streams, but there are some people, including Hindus, just like Adam Green is saying, like, well, have you read the Jewish literature? So there's actually Hindus themselves that claim that they're behind these movements, and it's Hindu theology that is rising up, and so to say, the black man is not being weaponized by the Jews against the white man. The black man is being weaponized by the Hindus against the white man.
Actually, I really want to go into depth with that, because that's what the Indian Illuminati is all about tonight. It's not Hindus that are behind it. Hindus are being used for their skin color, and because they have resentment against what the white British did to them and what the Christians did to them. And so they are being sucked into this kind of, well, we support taking down all these statues too. And so it's they are conflating issues with the Hindus and Black Lives Matter in order to kind of make this larger coalition. And
well, demonize the blue-eyed man, so to say, that Black Lives Matter, the Indian, the Jew, and all these other people have the common enemy of the blue-eyed man.
Yes, yes, and I do want to get into that. Do you mind? It would be really nice, because I want to take this conversation and splice it, or make one big section to share on like Hinduism, Freemasonry. So I know that you said you had research on Vivekananda. Would you mind going into that, so that it kind of flows, that because we're on Freemasonry, India, and Hinduism, and I'm very interested in hearing about what Vivekananda was involved in, because the reason was that he started out a whole lot more very kind of rabidly pro-Hindu and anti-monotheistic and anti-Christian, but then later in his life started to adulterate, and he started getting more into this Freemasonry, brotherhood of man, kind of universalism, and accepting the Christians and the Muslims and these other kind of sects that before, at least as far as I've heard, they were not. He was not so necessarily favorable to this kind of euchemical movement.
Yeah, so I'm a big fan of slides and evidence and information, and just education, that everybody who takes part in this discussion, whatever side they may fall on it, will be benefited by more information. So I do have slides, and also the point in making that contemporary, when people think of Freemasonry as a theology or a religion, it's actually much closer to Vedanta than to Judaism or Noahidism, in terms of, because like Vince is talking about Freemasonry, the conspiracy, as opposed to Freemasonry, the religion. What does a Freemason believe in? And you're saying like, well, I could believe that Noahides somehow subverted the Freemasons, but Freemason theology itself actually is closer to Vedanta.
Well, I've explained that. The only reason that I believe that is because Freemasonry is based on the Kabbalah. Kabbalah is actually stolen European paganism, which has probably been brought in. The Jews probably brought in Egypt and a lot of the more Semitic ideas, and they retrofitted European paganism to work for their Semitic background, and that's the only reason why there's going to be differences in Hinduism and Freemasonry and Judaism, because Judaism imbibed and stole from a lot of paganism. Of course, even Judaism is based on paganism. Yeah, I mean, it has tons of paganism in it. It stole from all of the pagan mystery religions. It took a lot of the tales, all the stories, everything are adaptations of paganism, the surrounding pagan cults, and it just was put into the service of the one God of Israel. And when they came across the pagan literature of the Europeans in the 1300s, all of those mystery cults, they were smart enough to see how useful it was. And they said, well, just like we've done with all these other religions, the Egyptians, we took their religions, we co-opted them, we stole it, we made it into work for us. We're going to do the same here. And that's the only reason why there's so much. It's not, Vedanta did not influence Freemasonry. Freemasonry has similarities to Vedanta because it's based in Kabbalah, which is paganism, and paganism will always be closer. We have the Indo-Europeans, they got it from Europe. So there's going to be a lot of similarity between the Indo-European paganism of the whites in Europe and the Vedic Hinduism.
Wait a minute, though. Isn't the existence of Kabbalah evidence that the Vedic religion has influenced Judaism?
No, because the Kabbalah just comes from the Indo-European legends of Europe, but that it's more like stealing. It's not that it influenced. They stole it.
How do you define Freemasonry, Vince? What is the religion of Freemasonry? What does it mean to be a Freemason? What does it mean when someone says my religion is Freemasonry?
I don't think most people say their religion.
I didn't ask you what most people say. I said, what does it mean, the religion of Freemasonry? What does it mean? Are you saying there's no such thing? What does it mean? to
Well,
be a Freemason? What is Freemasonry? And if saying if a person is a Freemason, is that their religion? Is that their, and then if you're looking at it that Freemasonry is a religion, what does the religion of Freemasonry mean?
Well, I dispute the fact that Freemasonry is or even calls itself a religion. I think it's meant to operate in such a way that you could be a Freemason and then you claim your own spirituality. But it definitely requires monotheism. We know that it does not approve of atheism. It does not approve of blasphemy. It attempts to set a moral standard by which people should live. And I'm sure a lot of the way it explains that and a lot of the morals that it reads into it all come from Judaism. And I think that it's not a religion. It's what's it called? It's a society. It's a society. It is a way of life. It is a brotherhood. And it tries to make one universal brotherhood under it. It is a religion in that it asks you to be monotheist. It asks you to be religious, but it doesn't tell you what that religion needs to be other than what rubric it needs to fall under, which includes monotheism. It tries to modify religions, which is what Noahide Noahide religious councils do. They modify religions.
And you're saying like I was saying, like if you're a witness, like you were Noahide, whether you knew it or not, didn't matter what was going on in your own head. And that's basically what you're saying about Freemasonry, that it doesn't matter what's going on in the head of the Freemason, that they're just somehow a pawn of Noahidism, regardless of what's going on in their own head. Or you're saying that Freemasonries are voluntarily of their own volition becoming Noahides.
Well, not all of them know what that word Noahide means, but the starting out with that.
I'm just leaving it on this picture to show. I mean, Vince is, so to say, a conspiracy that he's saying, Judaism and Kabbalah. So I mean, here you have in this one, Kabbalah is just one of many wisdoms that go into Freemasonry. And you could argue that, okay, one of these wisdoms, because it's the most superior, supreme of all wisdoms, once it got into Freemasonry, pushed aside all the other wisdoms. And obviously, Jews would have a bias to think that. But from a pure perspective of Freemasonry, like, no, this is the Masonic diagram. And you have Hermeticism, astrology, Greek philosophy, stonemasons, Bible, Kabbalah, alchemy, religion, and none of them even necessarily a hierarchy. And as Albert Pike and the various degree systems, that you return to all of this wisdom, and as you go through the degrees, you have to learn this wisdom. And Kabbalah is present in the very early ideas, but so is Greek philosophy and science, and all these various things are present all over. So to say that Noahidism or Kabbalah is dominant in Freemasonry is probably not shown out by evidence. If you want to say that Noahidism, if you're a Jew, would say like, well, Noah and Enoch is the origin of Freemasonry. So obviously there's a connection between Noahidism and Freemasonry, because Noah's a factual historical person that taught the world the science of Freemasonry. But that's not say most Freemasons don't believe that Noah is the ancestor of all of humanity that gave the world Freemasonry. And that's just one of the wisdoms that you have to learn to, this science of monotheism, so to say. And the science of monotheism requires the study of all world systems and worthy wisdoms.
Well, the thing is that the Kabbalah, what is happening with Hinduism and what happened with Hinduism is the same exact thing that happened with the Kabbalah. The Jews went in and they Judified this pagan knowledge. Look, this was, yes, of course, the paganism paganized Judaism a little bit. But when Kabbalah and Judaism met,
what you're saying is just music to my ears. So like, I don't I love Freemasonry, and I'm disagreeing with you. Like, I wish you were right. Like, it's just like music to my ears. But like, so feel free to preach on, because like, like, I wish what you were saying is true.
no, but what I'm saying is,
research of Freemasonry is like, no, I mean, Kabbalah is just considered one of the respected world wisdoms that a person that is a powerful Mason needs to know. But, but nowhere in Masonry does it say Kabbalah is the most important of all the wisdoms.
No, but I didn't say that. I'm talking about when Judaism and European paganism met. It didn't come out as a synthesis. It came out, the other side is Judaism. It came out as Judaism now with a new set of tricks, with a new set of knowledge that it had Judaized. And what I'm saying is that the same is happening with Freemasonry. When Freemasonry and Hinduism meet, you don't come out with an intermediate, you come out with Freemasonry, with Hinduism working for it. And the Hinduism and the Kabbalah are what become adulterated and change, and they become monotheistic, and they become the handservants of the God of Israel. Freemasons are not making Hinduism the handmaiden of South American deities. That's not what they're doing. They're making it work for the Bible, particularly Old Testament Kabbalistic ideologies. They're making it work for the Jews or the Freemasons. Whether the Jews make it work for the Jews, the Freemasons make it work for the Freemasonry, but Freemasonry is really Noahidism, so it all works for the Jews. But this is not like a sharing. This is a coming in and a taking. And when you walk out, you have Freemasonry. You no longer have Hinduism. When you walk out of that room where those two meet, you have Freemasonry, but you no longer have Hinduism. And when European knowledge and Judaism met in Europe in the 1300s, you did not walk out with an intermediary. You walked out with Judaism that now had a lot more under its belt, and it's very dangerous, because they took that paganism and now they're able to confuse people, because it looked like with Hindus, the Freemasons are able to go to Hindus and be like, well, look at all this mystery religion we have. Isn't it so similar to Vedanta? Doesn't this all sound so similar to you? I mean, it's very dangerous, because they use it as a ploy. They use it as a trap. They use it as it's a honey trap, or it's bait. It's a sweet nectar. And but in the end, this works for Freemasonry. In the end, you come out a Freemason. In the end, you come out a Noahide. In the end, it comes out as Judaism. So I think that's the proof that this is Judification and free Masonification of Hinduism, and not just simply like Hinduism coming in and affecting Freemasonry.
Well, yeah, I don't know if you want to go through the slides and see that.
Of course, I think this is really good, because I want a lot of Indian people to see this.
I would have to say I disagree with your analysis, but that's not important. I mean, people, if you want to see some, go over some of the evidence in history.
Yeah.
Okay, you have an idea, like maybe, so I mean, at least you're thinking, at least you're coming up with ideas. So I mean, and I would say on the modern stage that Freemasonry has largely been Hinduicized. And and even the Jews involved in Freemasonry have largely been Hinduicide. There's been a larger effect of Hinduism on Jews and Masonry, at least in the last decades, than the other way around. But said from some perspective, what Vince is saying is like music to my ears. But
it'll let it affect it. But I can assure you right now, in the end, it's coming out as monotheism. And it's coming out as Noahide. It might be affected in a way. It might take on some of its clothing and stuff like that, but it's coming out in the end as monotheistic Noahidism that works for the Freemasons and indirectly for the Jews. So this is coming out as Judification.
I believe that. I mean, because I have the bias to believe that, and I'm thinking the evidence, even though so to say everything I would like to believe that, but I not sure I
Okay,
believe
Doovid,
that.
I got a question.
You would kind of not like to believe that, but yet you believe it. So
Doovid, I got a question for you.
there, right?
I
Yes,
got a
that's
question for you. Doovid,
Yeah.
from a strictly like information perspective, what's the overlap between the Torah and the Kabbalah? Like, do they have the same philosophical demeanor, would you say, or would you say that one is essentially a departure from the other, or they're completely different?
Well, it's similar to what Vince is saying about Noahidism taking over Freemasonry, that from some perspective, Kabbalah is a spiritual system that eventually takes over Judaism and dominates it. And the Kabbalists say because the system was always at the center of Judaism and all the great sages, whether you knew it or not, really adhere to the system. And that narrative has become dominant, where Kabbalah is the dominant narrative now of Judaism, as well as the narrative that all the prophets and all of the sages always knew Kabbalah, even if the evidence doesn't really demonstrate that.
No, but the thing is that the Kabbalah works for Torah. It took it and it focused it on Judaism. Notice that the Kabbalah doesn't bring you to other books. Of course, that the Jews got there are pagan books and pagan philosophers and all this other kind of stuff where they found it all. But in the end, they didn't bring you back to those books. Those people weren't the chosen people. It went back to Judaism. It went back to Torah. So it wasn't that Kabbalah didn't take over Judaism. Judaism took over European paganism.
Yeah, but the question is,
we know your theories, and it's like, okay, like, I mean, at this point, if you want to advance your theories, you have to do research and provide them.
Okay, yes, I know, but I want to see what you're thinking.
Yourself again and again, if you can advance your cause. Like at this point, like you have to do the research and you have to prove your case.
Right. Well, no, I'm interested I'm interested on your information. So
I mean, it's like, okay, I don't mind giving you a mouthpiece because, like, I hope you're right. Even it sounds like you hope you're wrong, and I hope you're right. So, you know, I'm giving you a mouthpiece because even though you yourself hope you're wrong, I'm like, I hope you're right. But you know, like I wanted to more just, you know, looking for like an objective view of, because you're denying like fundamentals. You're denying that Freemasonry is even a religion or stands for something, and then you're insisting that it really
definitely stands for monotheism. Absolutely.
Well, even that isn't so clear, but and you know, it's going to be like, you know, sectarianism among Masonry, or global Masonry versus Western-centered Masonry, or Christian-centered Masonry, and I don't know. I guess I'd kind of just like to look at some evidence, like
Okay. Well, I'm ready to listen. No, I really want you to start this because I mean, this is very interesting to me, but I want a lot of Indian people to see this too, because I mean, if you told me that it's true that Vivekananda kind of switched over from being kind of like a militant Hindu to being one of these universalists and stuff because of Freemasonry, right? That's what got to him.
No, I didn't say that.
Oh, I thought you agreed with me on that.
That he was the most. No, I was saying that Vivekananda was advised. I mean, we'll get to the slide in a second. So let's just, you know, get a few basic definitions. So anyone, they heard Vince's opinion on Freemasonry from, you know, this perspective of Indian Freemasonry. This is how they're defining it. Freemasonry is but man's quest for truth. Truth indeed is the most important of the three grand principles of which this order is founded. The truth that Freemasonry teaches is the knowledge of oneself. Our rituals and ceremonies are specifically designed to guide us into the spiritual journey to dispel ignorance, to know God, and to finally to experience God. The religions of the world, though all aiming at teaching truth, express that truth in different ways. So, you know, the little history, like organized Freemasonry is coming out of Europe and then expands, you know, the Jews, Muslims, the Zoroastrians, Sikhs, Hindus, you know, from the Hindu perspective, at least of this group. So here they're questioning what Vince is saying, monotheistic to Vedanta. Is Vedanta, when you say that the central principle of Freemasonry is monotheism, you know, can the Indians switch that to say the central principle of Freemasonry is Vedanta? and can you be a dualistic, qualified monistic, non-dualistic, all these different forms of Freemasonry within Hinduism. Can these be value accepted forms of Freemasonry? And so obviously there's all sorts of Hindus becoming Freemasons today, and the organizational structure dispute within it. And we know Vivekananda was a Freemasonry. So say, according to these, the three principles of Freemasonry are truth, brotherly love, and relief. So Vivekananda, we have records. He applied to become a Freemason in 1884, right before his father died. He is accepted as a Mason after passing his test in April 5th, 1884. April 15th, he becomes fellow craft. May 20th, he reaches the Master Mason, the third degree, and that's a supposed picture of Vivekananda on May 20th, 1884, receiving the third degree of Masonry, the Master Mason. And 1893 is when he appears in Chicago. So he's saying Vivekananda was a Mason for 10 years before he came to America. So skip through some of this. You see there's some highly respected Masons that Vivekananda talks about. I'm not sure if do you know any of these names, Vince or Jennifer?
I don't know. I mean, no. Some of them. C. Rajagopalachari didn't he trans?
I lost you there if you're talking.
Yeah, I think Vince is muted right now.
Okay.
Oh, hello?
Yeah, you're fine now.
Oh, okay. Rajagopalacharya, didn't he do a lot of translation of Hindu scriptures?
I don't know. I didn't research it, but these are people contemporaries of Vivekananda that were also Masons in Indian society. But Vivekananda, certainly in America, is the most famous of these. So my knowledge of Indian history, like maybe one day I'll do more research into these people. But it's saying that Vivekananda was not the only Mason. There are other famous Masons at the time. So a number of prominent Indians who have been Freemasons. The most important and revered of all of course, is Swami Vivekananda, who is known to us as Brother Narendra Dutta. There's multiple lodges in India named after Vivekananda. Vivekananda is the only official biography published by the Masonic Society in India. That I guess of an official biography published by of the Masons, that Vivekananda is the only one that the Indian Masonic House has officially published biography of by the lodge itself. So let's look at this, a Vedantic view of Masonic symbols and ideas. So 4 paths of yoga to attain mukti can be followed by Masons too. So Freemasonry in light of Vedanta philosophy. Despite the numerous parallels between the symbolism of the fraternal organization of Freemasons and the ancient Hindu philosophy of Vedanta, there is a rather small collection of meaningful articles on the topic. Given a working knowledge of both systems, here I've attempted to formulate a basic structure by which we can see how Vedanta understands the symbols and teachings of Freemasonry. So basically, the same thing Vince is claiming the Jews did to Freemasons, the Hindus are basically trying to do, and saying like, no, Freemasonry was always Vedanta, Freemasonry was always Sanatana Dharma, and the form of Masonry that arose in the West was basically a perverted form of Vedanta, and anything good that arose of it was because they had some sort of knowledge of the Vedas or Sanatana Dharma.
Yeah, you can very easily make that argument because Vedanta is the root of logic.
Yeah, so I mean, we heard Vince's theory, and like obviously that's music to my ears, but I'm just giving from the Hindu perspective that you're saying that. So Vedantic perspective, a point within a circle from Master Mason's ritual, So there's certain things about the ritual and the connections between ancient Hindu practices and current Masonic practices, histories of rituals and charts like Patanjali's Yoga Sutra. That basically you could rewrite Hinduism in a Masonic framework, which is basically what they did, and that they, instead of using like the Bible and the main text that the Greeks and the Romans and the Egyptians, like the Western Masons, they have rewritten Freemasonry with great works of the East.
Yeah, but didn't they just take Hindu words and restate Freemason principles in Hindu terms? Or did they are you trying to say that they took Freemason terms and applied them to Hinduism, so that now are they preaching Hinduism in Freemason terms, or are they preaching Freemasonry in Hindu terms?
Well, you're saying that, I mean, the Brotherhood of Man was a common expression from the Theosophical Society. So you're saying, okay, Noahidism and the 7 Noahide laws from the Vedanta perspective was the Western Judeo attempt at synthesizing all of humanity. And when you say like, well, actually the Vedanta Sanatana Dharma system of the Universal Brotherhood of Man is superior to the Noahide system of the Universal Brotherhood of Man. Because as I said, at the heart of Noahidism is the Universal Brotherhood of Man, that we're all descended from the common ancestor Noah, who and why we're obligated to follow these Noahide laws, because we all descend from this ancestor who took an oath to follow these laws, or whatever the Judeo cosmology to create the Universal Brotherhood of Man. And so Vivekananda is saying, well, actually, the Vedic system of the Universal Brotherhood of Man, just is vastly superior to the Western biblical system of the Universal Brotherhood of Man, and looking at all of these principles. So, I mean, you could give your argument, and so let's just read this here. The thrust of Hindu Vedanta as propagated by the Indian Mason Swami Vivekananda and the pioneering work of Albert Pike in establishing Hindu and ancient Aryan themes within the American Scottish Rite degrees formed impressive substantiation of spiritual thought. So Vivekananda is, I think, I'm not sure if Albert Pike met Vivekananda. Albert Pike, I think, passed away before Vivekananda is like the 1890s. But Albert Pike was aware of Vedic wisdom even before Vivekananda came to America and incorporated it into Masonry. So, what Vince is talking about may be true about the Judeo, but this Hinduization of Freemasonry was happening already going back 150 years ago. And when Vivekananda finally gets to Chicago for possibly one of the biggest Freemasonic events ever, which is the 1893 World's Fair in Chicago, where my great-grandfather participated as a rabbi. I have his speech on my Facebook, but there's possibly the biggest interfaith in the history of the world, and Vivekananda emerges as the most popular speaker with, so to say, the best system for the Universal Brotherhood of Man, where you had all these rabbis and priests and various people, and were basically Masonic. And here comes this Hindu Mason, and they see that this Hindu's conception of the Universal Brotherhood of Man is superior to their conception of the Universal Brotherhood of Man through largely the biblical Western canon. I mean, right?
I don't know that they had that much self-awareness, but I do think that the influence of the beliefs is really, I mean, ideas are extremely viral. So, I mean, I think both ways there would be influence. The intention would ultimately determine the outcome. But yeah, I mean, let's say hypothetically, could somebody who was, let's say, like an ultra traditional rabbi construct an argument that sounds like the Kabbalah is a polytheization of the real Judaism. Is that a possible argument?
Yeah, I mean, it was
Yeah.
an argument for.
So there
it
are
was an
people that
argument
would say
against
that.
Kabbalah. When Kabbalah first starts appearing, largely in the 12th century in Europe, although they proposed that it came from biblical origins, and you could argue it did come from biblical origins. But when the Kabbalah first starts appearing in like the 11th, 12th century in France and Spain, there are Jews who say that that's not Judaism and that comes from pagan polytheistic origins.
So this argument is, just so I understand things correctly, like within, if there is such a thing as mainstream Judaism, this is not the opinion. The opinion is like actually everybody in the lineage was Kabbalist. They just didn't know it. Kind of like the way the Mohammedans try to spin it.
Yeah, basic. I mean, if you know the history, you know that's a harder fit. But like now, Kabbalah has basically been accepted by all denominations of Jews, even secular Jews, somewhat. And from the Orthodox perspective, even though there's large amounts of evidence that the Kabbalah may not have been known and was rejected by a large amount of people, and then was introduced at some point and won over acceptance to basically become universally accepted. However, because traditional Judaism bases itself in the past and wouldn't accept like an evolutionary type understanding, it has to say that yes, the sages always knew this, and if for whatever reason they hid the fact that they knew it, it has to be that they always knew it. And that might also be like Lord Chaitanya and various movements that ground themselves in the past. And and basically that's Vince's argument about Freemasonry, is that same process works. And somehow, I don't know if he's saying that Jews created Freemasonry in the beginning, or he's saying that Freemasonry was this non-Jewish fraternal structure, and Jews entered it and then took it over through the propagation of Kabbalah.
So if you argue that the existence of the Kabbalah, the mainstreaming of Kabbalah, represents a successive paganization of Judaism?
Yeah, I mean, so if you're like Christopher Van Jerkes will claim that the origins of Kabbalah are Greek. And so, yes, it's a paganism, and also these ideas about transmigration of the souls. So he's saying that Judaism, from a certain heretical historical perspective, you say, didn't believe in an afterlife. And the Greek pagan system of Kabbalah that includes an intricate system of transmigration of souls is what was incorporated into the Kabbalah. And Jews changed from not believing in the afterlife to incorporating this Greek Pythagorean system that has this complex system of transmigration of souls and everything, and then goes through this complicated process of trying to show that, like, no, it really came from the Bible all along. And even though you've never heard of it, really Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, David, and all the sages, like, it was hidden meaning behind everything that they said. And somehow that worked and won out. And that's the mainstream Judaism today.
What an absolutely fascinating discussion. Because
Albert Pike talks about it. And, so Vivekananda, who is a Mason, one of a handful of Indian Masons, and he gets himself able to speak at the 1893 Chicago World's Fair. And he's not the keynote speaker. He's just, one of a handful of Hindu speakers from India, but he goes away as the most remarkable, remembered speaker. So it was kind of like moment of opportunity where you had all of these people from around the world, and they wanted to unify, like some sort of common humanity, common understanding. And whatever the case was, from that stage, Vivekananda emerges as like the person with the most profound theology that will be useful for the universal brotherhood of man in the unification of humanity. So I mean, it's really a historical phenomenon where Vivekananda gets the stage among the world religious leaders because he's a Mason, and once he has the mic, ends up so to say stealing the show. And from 1893, you could see the Vedantification of the West, and mostly through Freemasonry. So the Judaification of Freemasonry, like Vince is talking about, that happened hundreds of years ago. But it's saying Albert Pike starts seeping some of this Vedic wisdom into the Scottish Rite, and then Vivekananda comes and steals the show. And I would say since like 1893 till today, the largest influence on Freemasonry has been Vedic, because I mean the Kabbalistic wisdom influence on Freemasonry, that goes back hundreds of years already. There's not really new Kabbalistic influence on Freemasonry.
I just want to put in that I don't think that Jews started Freemasonry. The thing is that the Freemasons, when they were creating this, there were probably Jews involved in it. But look, they were starting out, they were starting out from their own culture. So they were starting from Christianity. Christianity is based in Judaism. You cannot escape the Old Testament. And the thing is that people who are raised Christian and then they become interested in deeper thought, a lot of times, look, a lot of Christianity, they talk about things that don't come exactly from the Bible. Where is that coming from? If you want to learn more about the Bible, you need to go into Judaism. You need to start reading what the rabbis said. Martin Luther wanted to make sure that his translation of the Bible was good. So where did he go? He went to the Talmud. He wanted to make sure his Hebrew is correct. If you want to know more about Hebrew, if you want to know more about King Solomon, if you want to know more about Enochian magic, you have to go to the Jews. So it was because it started out off anything that the root is Judaism, it's naturally eventually going to be Judaized. And you're talking about the Hinduization of Freemasonry, but the root of Freemasonry will always be Judaism, and it will always go back to the root. And it's the root
I'm actually talking about the Hinduization of Judaism vis-a-vis Kabbalah, because I think it's an important point, because understanding history is really important. And if the religion got this huge update halfway through its existence, is it even the same religion anymore?
I actually have, along Jennifer's lines, that the Hasidic movement is largely influenced by Lord Chaitanya, that Lord Chaitanya appears in Bengal in the late 1400s. He's a contemporary of Christopher Columbus, and institutes Harinam Sankirtan chanting, and that is the influence of the Hasidic movement. That the Hasidic movement tried to paint itself like Kabbalah as a revival movement of ancient Jewish practices, but in reality, the Hasidic movement incorporated the new phenomenon that was brought to the world through Lord Chaitanya. And so that's also a theory of mine. So like Vince will say, okay, that's music to my ears, but the evidence I don't believe supports Vince's conclusion in saying that Judaism's part of the conglomerate of Freemasonry, what role that plays, and historically, people will have to draw their own conclusions on in the literature. And saying if Vince, we could argue whatever, and we can read it's basically meaningless. But eventually Vince will present his research and ideas, and the scholars will make up their minds, and Masons or saying, and who is Vince's audience, so to say, for his theory. So saying Doovid is trying to present scholarship.
But isn't there the question of, well, what is Judaism? Is it what Jews believe or what Jews do? Because doesn't the answer kind of depend on how you define it?
Well, yeah, we had that argument many times. They're saying it's both. Judaism is both what Jews, so to say, believe and what Jews do, just like Freemasonry is what Freemasons believe and what Freemasons do. And, saying, okay, so where's Freemasonry growing the fastest? And say, well, is it growing the fastest among Hindus? Freemasonry is on the decline. Metro Detroit, Detroit itself, has the biggest Masonic temple in the whole world on Facebook. I have pictures of it that fell out of use. It was built in the 1920s, and then after the Great Depression, it was never finished, the building. But Detroit itself had 50,000 Freemasons just in the city of Detroit in the time the temple was built in the 1920s. Currently, there's 25,000 Masons in the whole state of Michigan. So Masonry in the West is on the lowest level it's ever been. There are Masonic societies. These days, like basically like anyone could become a Mason. The standards have been released. Like Ecce Lux is a Mason. Ecce Lux is not a monotheist. Ecce Lux is an anti-monotheist.
Isn't he a Christian though?
No, he's a Satanist.
No, I think he's a Christian. I think the avatar of Satan is a joke.
Lucifer.
Right, I think it's a joke. Isn't it a joke? I mean, he's always giving me a hard time.
You give your interpretation. He's the only one in our circles that openly claims to be a Freemason. And like, I don't think he doesn't sound like such the Noahide propaganda. I mean, in fact, he sounds like a hardcore, God forbid, anti-Semite, relatively. And
I thought you might like, don't you mean self-hating Jew because you think he's Jewish and so do I?
Yeah, but there's no evidence of it.
Well, except for his personality, right?
Well,
right, like, sorry, but there is such a thing.
I'm just making the point that of anybody that we've talked to, he's the only person and he doesn't preach Freemasonry, but he's the only one that claims he's a Freemason from these channels and that talked about it. Maybe a few others in other circles, but I'm saying that if it appeared on these type things, like the only person that so Jennifer could have her conspiracy that he's really a Jew, but no, I'm saying that
was your conspiracy. I just agreed.
Yeah, but I'm saying that he's got partial Jewish blood. I don't know, whatever for the blood sports or joking wise, but I'm just saying from Vince's perspective, from our circles, it wouldn't appear that way. Being that Ecke is the only person that's ever been in these things and promoted Freemasonry, and the only way to possibly back it is Doooovid's conspiracy that really he's a Jew, posing as an anti-Semite.
Well, we wouldn't have to be posing. I mean, he could just be a self-hating Jew, right? I mean, he
could just have blonde hair and blue eyes. I mean, say if he had, a Jew, but because he has blonde hair and blue eyes, he has identity issues to how he identifies because he thinks he's superior to Jews who don't have blonde hair and blue eyes, or he has the best of both worlds, like the Ubermensch, where it's like who could be Brahmin a Brahmin? He's a Brahmin because he's a Jew, and then has the most superior of all the humans because he has blonde hair and blue eyes.
Yeah, actually, I was just reading about that. I've been studying a lot of the euchemical movements that are mostly Jewish-led to kind of bring or show the connections between Judaism and Hinduism. And one of the things that they were talking about is they said that they talk about how Abraham had those concubines and then he had all those children that went to the east. So they're trying to say that the Brahmins were Brahmins were the children of Abraham who went to the east, and that it was actually the Semites who started the Vedic religion.
Yeah, I think, the problem that you and Jennifer, I think, are having that I don't think I'm having, and it's just you're not seeing Freemasonry as an alternative separate religion. You say, oh, like Freemasonry is a conspiracy. Freemasonry is an alternative religion to Judaism and Christianity, where it arose, how it came, what it means, who controls it. But you're going straight to the conspiracy in that without even recognizing the phenomenon in and of itself that Freemasonry is its own independent religion.
No, I wasn't saying anything about Freemasonry. I was talking about Judaism itself. About
if it was its own independent thing, it wouldn't be all this collusion, right?
No, it's like Ecke is a Freemason. He's a member of the religion Freemasonry.
Yeah, and he hates my guts.
Well, it's possible, but at least. So I was saying the reason I brought up Ecke because I was mentioning Detroit where Freemasonry used to be extremely powerful. Freemasonry is on its lowest levels in the West right now. The only people that you appear, clutching to even the label Freemasonry are people like Ecke. And but in the East, Freemasonry is very popular, and worldwide, just like coronavirus or something, God forbid. But like Freemasonry, it's declining in one place and raising in another. So if you're looking at the religion Freemasonry, and you're saying that Vedanta, Freemasonry could even become an offshoot of Hinduism. Saying if Jews are like, we used up all our advantages from Freemasonry, it's no longer valuable to us, and we're just going to abandon Freemasonry to the Hindus.
I think there's no difference between what you just stated and you saying that they're going to abandon Christianity to the Hindus. You can't really equate Freemasonry with Christianity, but they are similar in that their roots are both in Judaism, and whether Christians want to or not, they actually work in the Jews' favor. Their Book of Revelations at the end works in the Jews' favor, in that the Christians are not waiting for a triumphalist end. They're waiting to be basically destroyed and beheaded by what the Book of Revelations calls the synagogue of Satan. It has found a way. Look at all the Christian Zionism. Christianity in the end, even though there's been a lot of problems, Christianity in the end is going to and has worked for Judaism, whether Judaism started it or not, or whether there was a conspiracy or not, because its roots are in Judaism. It has Judified the world. It has been part of the Judification of the world. And if you listen to a lot of rabbis, they do say that this was actually part of God's plan, that this was actually part of the Noahide plan, that Christianity and Islam have brought
What are your ideas on this? And say if you're introducing some new research or something, but saying like, yeah, I've heard your theory on this 100 times now.
Well, but that was a little bit different than what I was just saying. I mean, it was a different point. I mean, it was a point that I hadn't really brought up before. That, well, I forgot my train of thought. So continue.
Well, okay, I think you're just resorting into like sermonizing mode, where it's saying like, no, I'm trying to add insight and evidence and facts to the conversation.
No, what I'm saying
is like every fact I give, then it's like now time for me to give a 5-minute sermon, and then you're like Claire in the sense where like, or God forbid, like the Gildebrand, where every single time the mic goes to her, she has to use like a 30 seconds and I'm the best and my resume is the best and therefore vote for me. So like you have to close every single point you make like your sermon about your theory about what you believe on the issue.
I was challenging your statement in that Freemasonry, even if the Jews wanted to, could be abandoned to Hinduism. I think it's just like saying you're going to abandon Christianity to Hinduism. I mean, I don't really see the difference between that, because both of their roots you can't abandon. They're always going to be linked. Christianity is always going to affect Judaism. Judaism is always going to affect Christianity. There's going to be Christianity is never going to be based in Hinduism, be abandoned to Hinduism. It's impossible.
It always has been. Christianity is arguably still very paganized. I mean, look at all the holidays. Literally every last one of them has a pagan antecedent, right? I mean, you could argue that like Christianity
none of that appears in the Bible. You can have your.
It doesn't appear in the Bible, but it appears in real life, and so Christianity, as it stands even today, hundreds of years after its inception, is heavily paganized, whether they acknowledge it or not.
So you think that Christianity can just all of a sudden can just become totally based in paganism? And
we finish these slides and like you have a different guy. I wanted to talk about. I mean, saying Vince, like I guess, like because you disagree with the 10 of these slides, like you can't just hear what these slides are saying every single time. No, it's like give your whole spiel. Like I just want to try to learn something. Like I know you're.
Okay, I'll be quiet. Go ahead.
Okay, so Swami Vivekananda's teachings regarding tolerance and belief in a supreme being that first drew our attention towards commonalities between Hindu Vedanta and Freemasonry. Swami Vivekananda showed how closely the Vedantic Hinduism resembles Masonic teachings of the ascent of Masonic degrees. In rare genius, Swami Vivekananda was able to weave a fabric of universal religious tolerance for humanity that was simultaneously Masonic and Vedantic and might be labeled Masonic Vedanta. So I say the legacy, Swami Vivekananda's disciple Paramananda was cordially received by Masons in Buffalo. Here's some people that were influenced, famous papers. So within this review of Masonry, there's over 240 papers, 9 by Indians, 4 in Vedanta, 1 on Vivekananda. Influences of Vivekananda is Wilmshurst and Norman Vincent Peale. These were famous American Masons that met Vivekanandas and are supposedly influenced by Vivekananda. So this is Wilmshurst. The earliest teachings of the mysteries traceable within historic time was in the Orient and in the language known as Sanskrit. And for very great lights upon the ancient secret doctrine, one must still refer to the religious and philosophical scriptures of India, which was in its spiritual and temporal prime when modern Europe was frozen beneath an ice cap. Here's another review, Cosmic Cult Consciousness, Buck, 1924. Person affected realizes as never before the oneness of the universe. He sees himself as part and parcel of this unity, which he senses as the expression of a single conscious life. At the moment of the experience, the realization of the consciousness of the separateness of the ego and the non-ego, the knower and the known, entirely disappears. The man who has once had it is no longer able to feel a shadow of doubt as to human immortality. He knows it with a certainty that no argument or evidence can strengthen or stake. Raj Yoga of the Vedanticists. So Norman Vincent Peale, Power of Positive Thinking. To me, Freemasonry is one form of dedication to God and service to humanity. Okay, so it's an issue that needs to be visited more. I mean, Vince has his theories. I look at Freemasonry as kind of like a form of natural law. And so obviously all members of Freemasonry that are also members of something else are going to want to have the tendency to say, it's only my form of natural law that's true. And that's why the multiple truth hypothesis basically is Freemasonry. That Freemasonry allows different people to work together under different structures through something similar to now what I'm calling the multiple truth hypothesis. And most famous in Europe, the reason why Freemasonry was needed was because of science, was at some point the development of the conflict of science and religion. And Freemasonry largely was the body that devised it. As the most famous Freemasons are the most famous names in science, and almost all of the early scientific discoveries, the Royal Society of London and the Royal Society of Paris and other words were all Masonic societies. And it was part of this structure that Christianity was not providing, whatever the origins of. So the rise of Christianity in Europe, whether to say there's this kind of like natural global phenomenon of Freemasonry that Hindus say, yeah, that was Vedanta, was always there, Sanatana Dharma, and these Western people kind of basically created Hinduism from their understanding of natural law, and that natural law is in essence Hinduism or Sanatana Dharma, or these various ideas, which is the same thing the Jews tried to do with the Kabbalah. But I mean, from the religious aspect of what Freemasonry represents, I think the Vedanta and Sanatana Dharma is a better fit than Noahidism. Although Vince might have accurate story in the Freemasons that we're familiar with in the West. But I mean, I would try to keep the Freemasonry in terms of the theoretical. How do Freemasons understand themselves? What is the religion of Freemasonry, and what is the possibility of the religion being true? And Freemasonry is basically an attempt at synthesis and unity, and trying to synthesize and unify things that contradict. And that's why you need the initiation and the rites and morals and responsibilities and privileges and various things that go through a system of acquiring certain knowledges and being tested with certain responsibilities. So I'm a proponent of the science of Freemasonry, the religion, so to say. I believe the religion of Freemasonry is in fact true. And in essence, the multiple truth hypothesis is Freemasonry. That it's not. It's if you're a Jew, you don't need the multiple truth hypothesis. You only need the multiple truth hypothesis as a Freemason.
So, like, Freemasonry is some type of big tentism?
Well, that's always what it was. Freemasonry, if you're saying Freemasonry was a true religion before any human joined it, which would be the perspective that Freemasonry is natural law of the organizational structures that humans can use. So that even before the first person became a Freemason, Freemasonry was true anyways. Just like the laws of science, of biology, of social science. But then, from the biblical perspective, what's the origin of Freemasonry? Well, the origin of Freemasonry has to fit into my cosmology. So, so if you're a biblicist, the origin of Freemasonry is Enoch and Noah and Adam and then the Hebrew prophets and Kabbalah. But if you're a Freemason, you know that Freemasonry is a synthesis of all world societies, of all people in the world, the universal brotherhood of man. And so, I say, I believe that it was Noah. I believe that the world is 6,000 years old and that this is the cosmology. But Freemasonry allows me to work together with people who have different cosmologies through some sort of, Doooovid might argue that Freemasonry's always had the multiple truth hypothesis. In essence, what Doooovid is describing as the multiple truth hypothesis in some form or another is always what Freemasons used.
Maybe in like 1,000 years, every Jew will subscribe to the multiple truth hypothesis the same way. Well, not every Jew, but most of them, the same way they all subscribe to Kabbalah now. That'd be quite an accomplishment, eh?
If the multiple truth hypothesis, if only Judaism is true, I mean, in one way, the so to say, the mathematical formulas of the multiple truth hypothesis will work even if there is, in fact, only one truth and there aren't multiple truths. So Doooovid's bias is I'm calling it the multiple truth hypothesis, but it's possible that the equations will work out that there's not actually multiple truths and there's only one truth. So from that perspective, you'll say, no, I mean, Jennifer is basically saying that all Jews will eventually believe that their religion's not true. And it's like, no, because if you're believing Jews, you believe...
That's not what I was saying. That's not what I was saying.
Well, I think if you say you misunderstand my theory, the multiple truth hypothesis is separate from Judaism. It's a theory of natural law that
and Kabbalah
is
separate as well, but it got assimilated. So I was just saying maybe this idea could be assimilated too.
Kabbalah was always guised in a way that it came from the Bible. So whether it came from a separate system and was rewritten in biblical language, Kabbalah was always described in biblical language and the origin in the terminology in its sources from verses in the Bible, as opposed to the multiple truth hypothesis is sourced in scientific language.
Couldn't it be rewritten in biblical language though?
Probably not.
Oh,
biblical language can't be reduced to a formula. I mean, I might be able to find some verse or something. Like I might be able to find a verse that saying like, oh no, here's the multiple truth hypothesis. I found it in some verse somewhere, and that I'll probably eventually do, but I haven't done that yet. But it's not my intention. Saying the multiple truth hypothesis isn't for Jews; it's for everybody. Kabbalah, so to say, is for Jews. It's not for everybody. The multiple truth hypothesis for everybody. And
Wait a minute, didn't Claire and Jay Walker take a Kabbalah class together?
Well, they could, but I was saying like Kabbalah.
But they did. She was late. Jay complained about it.
If you're presuming, like Kabbalistically, like you simply do not have this third part of your soul. You and Vince, are not Jews, and it's a metaphysical fact that you lack this third component of your soul that Jews have. And so from a Kabbalistic perspective, because you don't have that part of your soul, like the study of Kabbalah is just not going to benefit you that way. It's not going to, because it's a metaphysical truth that applies to you in a different way. So the multiple truth hypothesis isn't that sort of metaphysical truth. It's a framework. It's a system to understand truth.
Oh, okay, I get it. So it's more on the domain of philosophy than religion?
Well, more in the domain of science.
Okay. Yeah. So I guess in that sense, I can understand why people would say that Freemasonry is more statecraft than a religion. How would you respond to that argument?
No, I mean, Freemasonry is natural law that applies to all extensions of social science. You can't have any structure, human structure, that does not apply to these rules of Freemasonry and kind of these ideas of initiation and rights and order. So if you go to a society that, so to say, hasn't had contact with anyone else, and you say, well, they're going to have a chief and they're going to have master masons and apprentices, or however you see it, because it's natural law. You can't structure society without that. So in that, also in the multiple truth hypothesis, Kabbalah is a metaphysical system that explains how the spiritual is manifested in the material, that from a Kabbalistic point of view, you want to say it's also a material science, but in reality, no one thinks that Kabbalah is a material science. No one thinks that Kabbalah explains the material realm. You could have a metaphysical system that says the spirituality karma behind the material realm is directed by Kabbalah, and then you might have like odd attempts to synthesize Kabbalistic principles with things like evolution or quantum mechanics, as opposed to the multiple truth hypothesis that is essentially designed to understand material phenomenon. The multiple truth hypothesis has utility beyond material phenomenon in that it could explain spiritual systems also at a level, but the multiple truth hypothesis is essentially useful for straight material science. And from a Kabbalistic perspective, Kabbalah has almost no use to straight material science.
I'm sorry, Doovid. Would this be a good point, and Jan, would this be a good point to segue into the Indian Illuminati? Because I do want to go to bed soon. But it does have to do with...
Can you just remind me what the website is?
Yeah, can I share my screen or no?
You can go ahead and I can full screen you. Sure. Sounds great.
Okay, I'll just go. So it's Indian Illuminati exposed.blogspot.com to get to it. Oh, wait, let me share my screen. Hold on, let me share my screen. Application window.
We got no more news in the chat. Welcome.
Yes, he's here.
Hey, I noticed he followed me on Twitter. Thanks, man. I really appreciate it.
I know he deleted something. You gave no more news of Wrench, and the first thing he does...
I did it out of respect, I want to show the big YouTubers some respect, People don't have enough respect.
John Wolf has been in our chat for like months. What did he do?
I'm not sure. I was just asking. If I don't get an answer, I'll unban him. I haven't been watching the chat, unfortunately. I've been too focused on the stream. Vincent, it looks like your screen has been successfully shared.
Okay, do you see it? Does it say Indian Illuminati or no?
Yeah, I think we're good to go. So feel free.
Okay, you see the picture of Modi and everything?
Yes.
Okay. So I just want to start out. So, okay, obviously this all started with the Noahide laws. My activism and being involved, and I was, everything that's going on in America, blah 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 blah. So it started with the Noahide law, and actually my investigation into Noahide law in India came after my interactions with the Freemasons. I knew that there was some kind of involvement with the Noahide agenda in India, but I actually got into it after much deeper after the events that I'm going to go over. So here's a picture. You can see these are Indian children in India. They have been converted to Noahides. Here's the Jew in the background, Noahide community. I just want to go to my other blog because I just want to briefly go over and show you what's going on in India involving these Noahides and then some degree Freemasonry. Okay, so I want to show the Israeli government is involved in to some degree with the Noahidization of India and Hindus. Again, this is a congregation in Vizag, India. They're all Noahides. This guy came from the founder came from a mixed Hindu Catholic background. He became an evangelist Christian, but then he became a Noahide, and now he works for that. It's interesting, Chabad, who are the most radical, evangelists of the Noahide law, one of their rabbis, Rabbi Bernstein, was expelled from India for conversions. And the reason that they gave was that he didn't declare on his visa application that he would be conducting religious activities. I also want to point out that Chabad has oftentimes been expelled from Russia and also from India for espionage. But they didn't exactly say it was Noahide conversions, but I'm very sure that a Chabad Lubavitch Jew was not converting Indians to Judaism. They were trying to make them Noahides. And what I think is that the Indian government knew what they were up to and knew what this Noahidism is all about, and expelled him for that. I don't think they would have expelled a Christian who went there and were converting people to Christianity. I don't think they would have expelled a Muslim who went there and was converting people to Islam, but they expelled this Chabad Lubavitch Jew who was doing conversions there. Now, this isn't the Israeli government directly, but we've all talked about the Sanhedrin. A Sanhedrin is the highest Jewish legal court. That's the highest Jewish legal authority. And if we were to have a Noahide world system with an imperium centered at Jerusalem, the Sanhedrin would be the highest court. That probably the Noahide courts would be left generally up to each nation which would run them, but the highest authority would be the Sanhedrin in Israel. And if anything major needed to be decided, or probably the control and supervision of the Gentile Noahide courts would be done from the Sanhedrin. Now, the Sanhedrin over in Israel that is setting up right now, it's unofficial. It wants to become official. The Israeli government is not officially involved in that, but we're going to show that it is officially involved in Noahide evangelism. But so anyway, this Sanhedrin got a bunch of these Noahides, and they said, we want you to come here to Israel and pledge to us as a hereditary priesthood and work to bring the Noahide laws back to your country. So a bunch of Noahides went there to Israel to meet this unofficial Sanhedrin, and they formed the Noahide High Council that came back and made WikiNoah. But one of the people that went was the ambassador for India, and his name was Dr. KPS Gill, whom they called Bud Gill. Now, he was very famous in India for being the director of police up in Punjab, and who had put down the Khalistani rebellions that were going on there. He was the director general of police in Punjab state, and he's a Sikh. And there is when it comes to Sikhs, there is a very they push, because Sikhs are monotheists, so they say oh well, you're Noahide because you're monotheists. So he actually went before the Sanhedrin and pledged to them that they are hereditary priesthood and that he would work for them to bring the Noahide agenda to India. He has since died, but we had that going on. But the Israeli government is involved in Noahide conversions via the Noahide World Center. So the Noahide World Center, noahideworldcenter.org, are a Noahide evangelist organization. The chief rabbi of Israel has gone up on their website and giving his official approval. Here in Haaretz, it says that the Israeli government is behind the Noahide World Center. Netanyahu met with these Noahides from the Philippines and was talking about how they want to make this Noahidism in other countries a Zionistic type of endeavor. So this Noahide World Center, with the backing of the Israeli government, has gone to India and has set up congregations there. One of them is in Vizag, India. Here, this is about Vizag, India. If you go to the Noahide NoahideIndiaWatch.blogspot.com and you go to that first article, you can see here is a picture from the video from the Noahide World Center of a rabbi discussing idolatry. The idolatry, there's spouses, there's wives and husbands who have spouses that are still Hindus, and they're asking about idolatry. And he talks of a rabbi responds in Hebrew about avodah zarah, which means foreign worship. So we know that they are definitely trying to dissuade Hindus from doing idol worship and Murti Puja in their house. Just a quick note, the B'nai Ephraim, who are ethnic Indian Jews who have been there in India for a very long time. They're dark-skinned Jews. They look Indian. B'nai Ephraim, they are facilitating this Noahide, these Noahide conversions as well by giving over their congregation as meeting places. So just quickly, let me see. They're opening up schools. This is the Noahide. What is this called? Who did this? Let me see. This is Noahide Academy. So here, it's very important. These are the prayer books that accompany the Divine Code, which were approved by the chief rabbis of Israel, which includes legal references saying that people who don't follow the Noahide law should be killed. So you can see here it is in Telugu, I think, or it's some Indian language. Here's the prayer book that they're teaching them that those children are holding up. Noahide World Center, you can see that they're running a school.
What does this have to do with the Illuminati?
Oh, I'm getting there. I'm just trying to show that there's an agenda. Okay, let's just see. Okay, I've pretty much shown that Chabad Lubavitch is over there converting people, and there were about 5 Indian Noahide congregations that I found in Andhra Pradesh. They're giving, they're changing Indian culture by giving these Noahide boys bar mitzvahs and the Noahide girls bat mitzvahs. So, they're kind of Judaizing and Noahidizing the culture. And like what Doooovid just did, they are reading Noahide law into Hindu Dharma. They're saying that Noahide law is Hindu Dharma is Noahide law. They are one and the same. And we've already talked about how the British Freemasons Noahidize the Parsis for being monotheists. So anyway, that is that about the Noahide agenda in India, because I didn't want to have to repeat that again. But now let's go into what got me so interested and which led me to do all that research on the Noahide laws in India. So what was going on? I was doing this Noahide law activism.
You mentioned the Illuminati. I mean, the Illuminati are usually connected with the high level, the royals, Adam Weishaupt and the Rothschilds, not like low level conversions or preaching. I mean, the Illuminati is in terms of like the shadow government and sticking in like a royalty that's controlled by Jewish banking or something.
Okay, well, what I'm trying to show is I was just showing that there's definitely an official Noahide agenda in India, but what I'm about to show now is that there is a Noahide agenda through Freemasonry and the Indian Illuminati.
The Illuminati, that the extremist schools in Judeo Masonry illuminated are willing to accept Hindus into the Masonic Brotherhood of Man, even though they're not monotheist, or the ones that will be monotheist, and we're going to set up like some sort of royalty, and this new royalty will be in charge of India as long as they're compliant to no-hide courts and use our banks and let us control their central banking. Is that like the Illuminati, the goal? Like we'll get control of India by creating a royalty for them to follow that are no-hide compliant and use our banks?
Well, I'm
Isn't
kind
that
of, yeah.
basically the model everywhere, though?
Well, yeah, I'm just saying that's what. So that's what I'm waiting for. Like he's talking about like Chabad rabbis converting poor people.
No, I was just
like
showing.
I'm waiting. I'm waiting. You're talking about Illuminati. I'm talking.
Yeah,
like,
I'm getting. No,
I'm talking
I'm
about like Modi, like setting up a new like kingships and royalty
okay. Well,
over
I'm
India. That the only rule is they have to be no high compliant and use Jewish banks.
Well, I'm getting to that. I was just showing the official, but now I'm trying to show you how they're doing it socially with these young Indian boys, these young Hindu boys, and how they are using them. So this actually started, it didn't start in India. The question started, so when I started this Noahide law movement, I was expecting a lot of help from Muslims and Nazis. I thought that Muslims and Nazis would jump at the site to do anything that would kind of dislodge Jewish power. So nothing came from the Muslims, but then I started reading about all those new chemical movements between Muslims and Jews, and how the Jews are saying Muslims are Noahides, and how Muslims should fight for the Noahide law, and how they're kind of Sharia and Noahide are mutually inclusive. And so it started to make sense why these Muslims weren't helping me, but why weren't the Nazis helping me? So
Because they are largely Christian.
no, well,
Because no one likes
start,
no one likes gay Hindus. I mean, God forbid, like I don't mind, like except for Jews, like Jews and Hindus. But by saying like, no, it's
no, but that
unlikely
shouldn't
like a
stop.
gay Hindu is
No,
going
but
to
they're
win
not.
wide acceptance among those groups.
No, but they're
You're
not.
more
They're
likely
not picking it up
to win friends
themselves.
among Jews
They will never.
than
No,
Nazis.
they will never pick
And
it
you
up
can see
themselves.
one
No,
thing
no, 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 David, you're not. David, you're not
Jewish
understanding.
friends than Nazi friends. Even with what you're pushing as a gay Hindu, like there's so many more Jews willing to be your friend than you're going to find from these other groups.
No, but David, look, Christians are not very appreciative of the fact that I'm a gay Hindu either, but they pick it up themselves. They go to my blog and they read it, and then they'll just, because they disagree with the Noahide agenda, they're not going to be like, well, he's a gay Hindu, so I'm just going to take the side of the Noahide agenda. No, I mean, they see it for themselves. Christians, these Protestant Christians see it for themselves, and you would expect Nazis to do the same. But they're not. Why aren't they just ripping off my literature and using it to malign the Jews? So I started wondering if there was any kind of infiltration of the Nazi movement. And okay, so what I was saying was that I could understand how they were doing it with Islam, but I'm sure that Jews were not meeting with Nazi leaders and being like, well, you know, Nazis and Jews believe in the same principles, and these the no
Zionism. That's the hardcore agreement. That, yes, that Nazis and Jews both agreed that they wanted the Jews to move from Europe to Israel, at least a segment of them. And some will say that even Hitler and the Zionists agreed on that issue and worked together.
Well, they agree more in that they're both social conservatives. The Nazis that I've spoken to, they all come up with the same thing, and they're say, well, you know, divorced from Judaism, these laws are great. Like, you know, they just wish that they had come up with them themselves. And that's part of the problem. But I started wondering if there were any kind of, I said, okay, Jews could not be doing this, but who could be infiltrating them would be white Freemasons who have a Noahide agenda. And I was just wondering if they had a disproportionate amount of control at the top of these Nazi movements. So
in World War II, the Freemasons were killed by, up to as many as 25,000 Freemasons were killed by Nazis.
Yes. Yes, that's true. So what happened was I'm very good at making psyops, meaning that I'm very good at like using writing and personalities and images to get people to give me certain kinds of information. I realized that if I was dealing with a Freemason Nazi nexus, I was dealing with very hypocritical, perverted homosexuals. So the point was, so everyone knows I was raised Jehovah's Witness. Jehovah's Witness is based on Freemasonry. Because of that experience, I learned that different Freemasonic structures integrate very well with each other and work very well with each other. So, Jehovah's Witnesses will work with Mormons and such. So what I did is I made a fake religion called Tricknology, which was a mix of Scientology and Nation of Islam, and I made it revolve. It was racialist in that we talked about the breeding of white people for eugenics, but I made it sexually obscene, perverse, and hypocritical in that I said they would be worshiping Black men sexually. So the reason that I made this, I said, you know what, if there are Freemasons and Nazis working together, this is what they're going to be into. It's Freemason, it's Scientology, it's Scientology, it's Nation of Islam, it's gay, it's hypocritical, it involves interracial sex, gay sex. As like, these are the type of people that I'm looking for: gay, sex, Freemason, Nazi freaks, disgusting people. So I made this, and then I started infiltrating fascist groups. So what I noticed, it was interesting, the two people that came forward that were interested, these were white Nazi fascist groups, some Nazis or whatever, fascist white nationalists, but everyone knows that these pop groups tend to be populated, sprinkled lightly with Indians, because Indians are attracted to the enigma of the connections between Hinduism and Nazism. So I noticed that the people came forward were Indians that were interested in this psyop that I was doing. So one was named Jaspreet Singh, and he was a Sikh, and another one was named Gautam Reddy, and he was a Hindu. So they both were like just absorbed in this. They were very interested in its perversion. They were they were both, typically, you're going to notice that this runs everywhere, they were extreme homophobes. They absolutely could not stop talking about how much they hated homosexuality. They just couldn't stop joking about it, jesting about it. It just took up massive amounts of their time. And you'll notice that this is just happens throughout. So, but by way of this guy, Gautam Reddy, who was a Hindu, basically they were both born here. Jaspreet Singh and Gautam Reddy were, I think, both born in America, but he was part of a larger group called the American Fascist Party, or AFP. So he joined me, and so I infiltrated them, and but I was quickly thrown out because they didn't like that I was basically a Hindu first and an American second.
Infiltrating, you mean that you pretended you were somebody else in order to gain entry?
No. I just pretended. No. I entered as myself.
So infiltrating. I'm saying, if you didn't do anything like covert to enter, why are you calling it infiltrating?
Well, I was infiltrating for a purpose. I was infiltrating for a purpose to find if there was a Freemason Nazi Noahide connection.
But you didn't have to go to like any weird measures to gain entry.
No, well, okay, I'm gonna get to that. So I heard, so when I started getting involved with them, people started telling me that they were Freemasons and that they were gay and that they would bring you in, and that after a year they would reveal themselves as these like really freaky, weird sex perverts, and that they were basically running this kind of operation. So I had that rumor going on. So what happened was, I told you that I was thrown out of the group because I was way too Hindu for them and they didn't like that. And when after that, this is the president of the American Fascist Party. His name is James Ellis. He also goes by the name John Smith. He really started taking exception with my Noahide work, and he really started fighting me on it. And so did Gautam Reddy, that Indian who first introduced me to the group. They really started attacking me. And so this turned into a long saga, and he was trying to make, he was playing, he was giving that argument, that Nazi argument, that, well, these Noahide laws are fine as long as you divorce them from Freemasonry, and the only reason you would be against them is because you're a degenerate, and the only reason you don't like it is because you're a homosexual. Just very weird behavior, because you would think that white fascist organizations, you can see here, this was his profile picture, it's okay to be white, this was his girlfriend, but I put Rabbi Schneerson there. And here's that technology that I made.
Technically, homosexuals are usually a bigger target of neo-Nazis than Jews. Like, so where you have, like in Russia, in certain areas where you have like large amounts of attacks on homosexuals by neo-Nazis, and you don't have so many Jewish attacks. So it's like, yeah, I mean, I could see that that generally the hatred towards homosexuals among neo-Nazis may be even stronger than their hatred of Jews. So if this guy's serious, like theologically, or he's saying like no, it's like even to OV and all these people, I think they said it to you, they prefer me to you, even though they don't like Jews, God forbid.
Yes, no, I know. I know it is. That's the way it works. However, I mean, look, I mean, you can't expect people to be absolutely totally blind just because a homosexual said it. Because a homosexual said 1 + 1 is 2, you're going to reject that statement. Well, but the thing is that they just started really giving me an inordinate amount of like just a really hard time and fighting with me. And so
logical coalition. Okay, like Hindus. I mean, okay, it's going to be hard. I mean, God forbid, like you're ironically, like outside of the Jews, like as a homosexual, who are you going to join a coalition with? And saying like, well, no, I'm saying not most mainstream groups aren't looking to join coalitions with homosexuals. And as Biden and all the alt-right people say, the people who have done the most for homosexuals in society are the Jews. So ironically, you like as a homosexual, and you're trying to turn people against the Jews, so to say, or Noahidism, when in reality, from a sociological point of view, it's like you're really only going to be accepted among the Jews.
Well, not amongst Noahidist Jews, and if I mean to just go on my website and go to the homosexual section,
there's such a vast minority of the Jews, as opposed to the anti-homosexual sentiment, which is commonplace.
I know, but that shouldn't. I mean, look, that shouldn't. That should not get in the way of people logically taking a position against the Noahide laws. I mean, just because I'm a homosexual and I've said it first doesn't mean that. I mean, it doesn't mean that naturally not
me to the Nazis. So it's like, okay, they would take that. God forbid, if like Vince, got upset and puts an end to Doovid, there's going to be a lot of neo-Nazis that are like happy, oh, that guy Vince off Doovid, God forbid. So I'm certainly like there'll be a lot of neo-Nazis that will sing your praise, but not because they like you, because they're just saying like, like I would really like someone who put an end to Doovid.
No, but he was doing more than that. He was taking it.
But like, there's no way that they're going to be on your side. Like, okay, if Vince is beating Doovid up, they're going to be cheering for Vince. But there's no other circumstance where they're going to like want to team up with Vince.
I don't know. I wasn't asking anyone to team up with me. They started attacking. They wanted me. They were doing more than that. They were
spread your Noahide.
Yeah, I know, but they were actively trying to silence me.
You're saying that okay, your natural ally, what might be people who already have displeasure towards the Jew, so like neo-Nazis. But the problem for you is that generally neo-Nazis have such a strong hatred of homosexuals that they're not going to work with you, and they're not even going to promote your research.
I know, but no. But that shouldn't force them to come and try to silence me. I mean, look, there's a difference between
neo-Nazis. Like, of course, they.
Well, why would they try to silence me on the Noahide issue? Why did that? Why that? Why did they?
Because I mean, it doesn't make sense with the theology. Like, you say, like Doovid, if neo-Nazis were trying to ruin Doovid's life, it's like, why would these like, I'm on your side. It's like, no, you aren't. Like, you're a Jew. Like, you're the guys we're against. So it's like, okay,
but they weren't attacking me because I was homosexual. They were attacking me because I was anti-Noahide.
Yeah, I'm not. I mean, you may be flipped it and saying because you infiltrated, and because like you're saying that they're going out of their way. I'm not. You like. I mean, it's possible. I don't know enough about. But
they're going out of their way to silence me about the Noahide. Yeah, again, everyone involved in this is a rabid anti-homosexual. John Smith.
We had these arguments a long time ago, and saying. I mean, not only you with Claire and OV. I mean, generally, neo-Nazis have their own complaints on Jews, and like adding that we're trying to push Noahide laws on people isn't really of interest to them. Like people, green might be certain people who are Christian theology and different versions about that, but like generally. Like, no, I don't think there's going to be.
No, it's not that they are actively.
So you're making an interesting sociological phenomenon that you find Hindus among these neo-Nazi groups, and they tend to agree with you. The white, you say like no blue.
No. Those Indians.
No white man is teaming up with Vince, but when he infiltrates these neo-Nazi things, he finds all these Indian guys that are willing to work together with.
No, they were not willing to work together. The Indians were just as they were all more so than my homosexuality. They were insanely obsessed with silencing me about the Noahide laws, maligning me about the Noahide laws, making the Noahide laws look innocuous or good. It was all Noahide law, Noahide law, Noahide law. I mean, they were all rabid anti-homosexuals who couldn't stop talking about the subject for 5 minutes. That's why they were all just glued to my technology poster. They couldn't stop talking about it. But so anyway, to make a long story short, this guy, John Ellis James Smith, president of the American Fascist Party, eventually realized that he was indeed a Freemasonry, that he's high ranking. His father is a Freemason, and he was offered a chair. So we know he's not just some rinky dink person. So anyway, what happened was, so now we knew they were Freemasons. I started getting into all these fights with them, and it became very public. And so people started sending me damning information about them. So the guy, remember the Hindu who introduced me to the American Fascist Party, Gautam Reddy, eventually somebody sent me all these pictures of him engaged in homosexual pornographic acts. There was S&M. It involved using tasers on his testicles. It is believed that the person he was doing this gay pornography with was an Asian. Again, I mean, he's racist. Everything's about white people and stuff like that. But then he's making this, he's rabidly anti-homosexual. It's all he talks about all day long. And he's making gay porn. Just another person that was involved in this homosexual.
God forbid, like, I'm not surprised.
No, I'm not surprised either.
Thinking about that, I was just like, oh my gosh, I can't even believe it. But then it's like, of course, it's always projection, right?
Yes. So then Nick Large, Nick Large was just another person in the American Fascist Party who was rabidly anti-homosexual, and then people started sending us pictures.
Trying to spread, like maybe like trying to make your research more academic and solidify your arguments by doing more research than like trying to get like easy converts by trying to spread your idea among neo-Nazis and gay Indians.
No, forget it. They're not coming my way. They're my enemies.
But even like the thought, like you're saying, like you have so little confidence in your ideas that you're like, oh, like maybe I could convince some neo-Nazis and gay Hindus.
No, I was thinking. No, I was looking. I don't look. I just thought in my mind it was like, I would just put the information there, and I thought that Nazis would just see it and be like, "Oh my God, this is such a great way."
All past these god awful images.
Yeah.
We got them on.
Yeah, sorry.
I mean, like Vince, like it sounds like, God forbid, like you're using this whole conversation to like promote homosexuality.
No, excuse me. No, I'm trying.
Like at the same.
I'm trying to show that they're hypocrites. I'm trying to show the type of people.
I don't want to look at your lewd pictures, man.
No, it was one. Oh, excuse me. This is just, we are past it. We're talking about the Indian Illuminati Noahide law, and it involves disturbed homosexuals engaging Freemason Nazi nexus of homosexuals.
It has to do with like installing leaders and royalty that are secret.
Okay, but it also has to do with infiltrating. It also has to do with infiltrating socially.
But sadly, in this life, that has to do with electrodes attached to testicles. We have no power to change that.
Like Mark Zuckerberg and Modi. Like we're not talking about like low-level internet troll gay neo-Nazi Indians.
I'm talking about, no, this is sociologically important. This is because
why is this important to the Illuminati? Like how is that helping?
Because
to set up central banking in India.
No, but not everything is high level. I mean, you have to infiltrate lower levels. So even Jehovah's Witnesses low level infiltration. They're not allowed to become judges.
Illuminati was the high ranking. Like, okay, Masonry is at all levels, and I could say like, okay, like Freemasonry is going to apply to even the most poor and uneducated villager.
No, but wait, these
is Illuminati is not. Like Illuminati is the elite of the Masonry, the controllers of the Masonry, and like no. So like I thought you were talking when you said Illuminati, like I thought you were going to be talking about infiltration within the elites within Hinduism, and like no. Like
Well, no, but this is infiltration into the nationalist community. Okay, but okay, fine.
No information on the Illuminati. That's what you say. You have information.
No, excuse me. No, I do. I'm just getting to the point
information.
about how I found the Indian Illuminati. I haven't even gone to the Indian Illuminati yet.
For us to hear your information on the Illuminati, we got to hear like 30 minutes about your gay Hindu buddy.
He's not. Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, you're not interested. Sorry. Okay, okay, never mind. Okay. Well, I was just gonna
I mean,
I know you're not interested. I mean, I didn't even get to the Indian Illuminati yet, but I mean, I was just trying to show how the sociological evolution about how I came across these people and what type of people we're dealing with and how they're infiltrating the Hindutva community. Okay, you obviously don't think that the online young Hindutva community that are very involved in the BJP, who are the leaders of the future, you don't see this as important, that the Indian Illuminati and Jews from Israel, Zionists, Noahidists, are infiltrating them. You don't think that that's a topic of interest.
If the Noahide Council, through an illuminated masonry, sets up a new royalty in India that is monotheistic and subservient to the Noahide court in Jerusalem.
Okay, but no, this was more ground level.
And makes India subject to international banking. Saying that's significant, and saying yes, that's going to include at the level of all people are going to have to be subservient to the puppet leadership. If you're talking like an Illuminati type conspiracy model, where it's saying that there's going to be a method that keeps all people subservient to the puppet leadership, and the key of the puppet leadership is like, okay, as long as you keep the people using our banks and subject to Noahide law.
Well, I mean, I wasn't doing this on the Modi level. I was doing this on the infiltration of the young Hindutva BJP supporting, overseas friends of BJP crowd. I mean, you obviously don't think, no, they're not Modi. I think that
they might also.
I think the Noahidization of the youth. I'm talking about the Noahidization of the youth of Hindutva. That's what I'm talking about. But I mean, if you're not interested in that, I don't have to do it.
Well, I'm interested in, but like, I'm not really interested in like. It was just like it was just those disturbing pictures you put up. Like, I can't even look.
Well, I was just showing. That's the type of people that we're dealing with. I'm just showing how. But there's no more disturbing pictures. There's no more disturbing pictures, but that's just what it was. So anyway, I told you that there were two people that came forward. They were both Indians, and one of them was the Sikh. So the Sikh, who was not part of the American Fascist Party, also started really turning against me. And he turned all of these white fascists that I was infiltrating all against me. And it eventually became, there was the leader of this group called Arya Loka that I had infiltrated. And he was one of the few people that took the Noahide seriously and was anti-Noahide. And this guy right here worked with this other fascist, Damien Palka, and a fascist named Daniel O'Shea, who is right here. And what they did was they basically overthrew the group, and they got rid of the leader of the group because he was anti-Noahide. And so these were fascist Nazis that we had broken over the Noahide law. They were pro-Noahide, and they tried to destroy me, and they took over the group and basically made it into a pro-Noahide group. So now we get to the Indian Illuminati. So what happened was there was this other guy, this is the Sikh, but there was another Hindutva. He's online in the internet circles for Hindutva amongst the youth. He's very prominent. He's like not a nobody. Like everybody knows this guy's name. His name is Raj Kumar. Again, he's rabidly anti-homosexual, and he broke his friendship with me because
it's funny. I know a Raj Kumar here in Detroit. I mean, that's a pretty common name. Like I have a friend on Facebook, Raj Kumar, who lives in this area. I mean, but there's probably like a million Raj Kumars.
Yeah, no, but here he is. It's right here, and here's his Facebook profile, and IndianIlluminati.blogspot.com. You'll find it, and you can go visit him. He's very open. He doesn't care that I'm exposing him. He feels very safe, but he's very well known in the BJP youth Hindu circles that are online. So anyway, fanatical anti-homosexual again. You can see that all of these people, it's the same common thing. Everyone's obsessed with homosexuality. What happened was he broke it off with me, and he just didn't want to talk with me anymore. But then one day, he added me to this new Facebook Messenger group that he made called Anti-Noahide India. And he filled it with all of these people, and we were talking anti-Noahide and exposing Noahide and all this other kind of stuff. So he started talking about in that group about how he had joined something called the Indian Illuminati. And I was immediately like, oh my God, that's Freemasonry, that's Noahidism, I have to get him out of this. So I started a chat with him and some other people. So here he's telling me that he's part of the Indian Illuminati.
Adam Weishaupt and the Rothschilds, like, you got to get him out of this. Like, this dude has a chance to team up with the Rothschilds, and you're trying to get him out of it.
Well, I'm trying to save India. I don't want him involved, and I don't want anyone involved in this kind of stuff. So,
it's like Babs. It's like okay, like this dude has a chance to be business partners with Babs, and you're trying to talk him out of it.
Well, because it's not good for India or Hinduism. It's terrible, and it is terrible, and you're going to see who controls him. This absolutely just I mean, you're going to see who controls this man. I mean, it's not going to go much longer. I don't have much longer to go. But anyway, not only did he tell us that we were part of the Indian Illuminati, this guy, Jaspreet, who was the ringleader behind getting me thrown out of all these fascist circles and maligning me and trying to support the Noahide laws, he was also part of the Indian Illuminati, so he was inducted. So he brought that forward by accident. I don't think he meant to or didn't know how far this would go, but he, told us about the Indian Illuminati and how he'd been brought in. So I was trying to convince him to leave. And in order to convince me, he added his higher ups. So his highest up, that is his person that he works for, is this guy named Hirsch Finkelstein. He says that he's a member of the Likud party, and he told me, and he has it marked here, that he works for the Zionist Organization of America. He lives in Hebron, Israel, but he oversees the Illuminati's work, Indian Illuminati's work in New York City. His person in New York City is this Vish Burra, is his New York City contact. So he added these people to the conversation, and basically this Zionists, they are so, he was just talking about how, yeah, we control the Hindus and that everything is going to be Noahide and everything's going to work for us and we're the above. And like there was a black guy in there, and he's like, oh yeah, well, they're promising us that we're going to get our own ethno state. They're promising these different people their own ethno states. I'm going to talk about that. I'm almost done. But basically, they sat here and listened to the Zionist Jew Hirsch Finkelstein talk about how he basically owned them and how the Jews are going to be running everything with Noahide. And so let me just get down to the. Hold on one second. Where's the next part? Give me a, oh God. It's so long. You can read the whole conversation between me and them. So then after I wrote an article about this guy, Hirsch Finkelstein, and his network, and all of these, if you look in there, a lot of people joined the conversation, and they were just very obsequious, and they sat there and they listened to him just talk so unbelievably. And then Raj came after me after that, and he's like, stop insulting him. After this guy saying, oh, the Hindus are our greatest supporters and we're going to make everyone Noahide, he told me to stop in supporting him. So then after I put that out, I got more contacts. People who knew Raj Kumar and his network started coming to me and giving me information. And he's connected to Rajput separatists. And you're going to see that separatism is really part of this. Again, these people are very anti-homosexual and obsessed with homosexuality, and it's rumored that they're all homosexuals. But he works with these Rajput separatists, and why it's important is Jews are offering these people their own ethno states, and these Rajputs want to make their own ethno state, but they only want to fill it with Rajput Muslims and Rajput Hindus. They don't want a Hindu state. They want an ethno state, which I think is important to point out because it's not a religious state. And if they were part of the Noahide agenda, they would have to give up the right to have their own Muslim or Hindu state or Vedic state in order to be a Noahide state. But what's interesting is that they don't allow Rajput Sikhs into the union. And I would think that that's because the Noahidists that are controlling this want to have all the Sikhs together so that they can work for a separate ethno state of Khalistan, and that they would be able to Noahidize Khalistan. When you look through the literature, the Jews are very interested in breaking up everyone down to the smallest ethno groups and then having each ethno group have their own state that would be Noahidized. I think that's to atomize us so that, to atomize us so that we're easier to control. So that was the first instance of separatists involved in this. And they're very racist. Racism has a lot to do with this everywhere, but these Rajput separatists are racist and they actually want to ethnically cleanse non-Rajputs from the state. Now, Raj Kumar, the one that told me he was in the Illuminati, him and Jaspreet, he has a brother named Avi Kumar who lives in Israel, who works. He's a journalist. He publishes in the Times of Israel. I think he speaks Hebrew. He's a fanatical Zionist. He is involved in this.
He threats to me on Facebook.
You know him? You know Avi Kumar?
Only insofar as he makes threats to me on Facebook.
Why?
I have no clue, dude. He just hates my guts.
Well, anyway, he was like a Schneerson supporter, and he knows what he's involved in, but that's his connection. He has a brother that works in Israel. Interestingly enough, after I started publishing these articles, this guy started stalking me. His name is Pawan Puri. He's a 33rd degree Freemason. He has his hand on the Bible. So he started friend requesting my friends who were commenting on the Freemason or the Noahide information and the Indian Illuminati stuff that I had been pumping out. So here, Pawan Puri, Indian Illuminati, where does it say? He's master at the Indian Illuminati or master at the Illuminati. He lives in Austin, Texas. You can see him, and he's a Freemason. You can see him in his Freemason regalia. And here he has his hands on the Holy Bible. So he's obviously not a Hindu, or that he's succumbed to hate or whatever. Okay, so then what happened was, I'm almost done. They were connected to, I found that they were connected to another racist ethnic nationalist named Rivu Dasgupta. Actually, his real name is Anik Dasgupta. He wants, like the Rajput separatists, he wants there to be a Bengali ethno state, and he's racist and he wants to get all non-Bengalis out, but he's also casteist. And what's interesting about him is that he wants the lower castes to convert to Noahidism in order to kind of purify the Hindu race. So he's interested in these Noahide laws in that he wants to get rid of low caste Hindus. He doesn't want them Hindus. He only wants high caste Hindus to remain Hindus, and he wants a Bengali ethno state, which he would get all of that from the Noahide agenda. And if you look through that literature, he's very open about that. He doesn't make any ifs, ands, or buts. He's connected to Raj Kumar. All of these people are all connected, and they all comment on each other's posts and stuff like that. And I think I only have one more thing to go through, and then I'm done with the Indian Illuminati. Let's see. Yeah, I think so. Hold on. Oh, well, they admitted to they're also working with, like, they're very pro-Russia and anti-Ukraine because Russia is are more Zionistic and are more in line with the Noahide agenda. So they admitted the reason that they're anti-Ukraine and pro-Russia is because of the Noahide agenda. And then finally, they also they're constantly infiltrating my groups. So I was infiltrated by this guy named Darren D'Souza, who actually, he infiltrated the group and got all the names and everything of my anti-Noahide contacts. And then he told me that he did it at Raj Kumar's behest in exchange for corporate bonds. So I know this, it's not Modi level stuff, but I mean, you know who Raj Kumar is, right? Jennifer?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, I mean, okay, it's not Modi level, but when it comes to online Hindutva youth activism that are involved in the BJP youth group and RSS, I mean, yes, they're infiltrating them on that level, and it's being run by.
Infiltrate is the wrong word, Vincent.
What is it then?
All these political parties have never changed leadership. It's not infiltration if you start the party yourself, is it?
No, well, these Jews obviously started the Indian Illuminati. He gave this. They have this bullshit background to it that the Indian Illuminati was started in like the 16 or 1700s by what was his name? Who was the one that fought off the Muslims? Oh God, who's the really famous Hindu that fought off the Muslims and reestablished the Hindu empire? Shivaji Raj. So they were saying that. I mean, it's total bullshit that this Indian Illuminati was started by Shivaji Raj. This bullshit. This was started yesterday by Freemasons and is led by this big Jew named Hirsch Finkelstein, who is just so blatantly supremacist and just negating Indianism and Hinduism. And these people are just so obsequious to it. And they're all linked by sex perversion. They control them through sex perversion. The Freemasons have these people, I mean, all of them are obsessed with homosexuality. Every single person that I spoke to is obsessed with it. And they're just involved in these types of things in the background. But that's what I suspected. That's why I started that psyop. I said, you know what? I said, if Nazis aren't supporting me, it's because they're infiltrated by Freemasons. I said that they are uniting.
Again, infiltration is the wrong word.
Or they're being controlled, dominated. They're being whatever they're
just
doing.
Serving their same masters that they've had basically since antiquity. Like this, you're describing the statecraft model since antiquity, like since Babylon.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, I mean,
we should expect this. To expect anything else is not to understand history.
Well, yeah. Well, but I'm just saying that they're influencing, and at the top, it's Zionism. At the top, it's Noahidism, but they don't mind using whatever kind of tactic in order to get it done. I mean, they don't mind. They don't mind mixing gay porn and Noahide agenda. That's what they're doing. But I knew that because that's the way Freemasons work. Whenever you're in Freemasonry, when you get to the top, you're talking about homosexuality and sex perversion always. And the same is true with Nazis. It's always the same. And I knew that's what bound them together. And that's what's going on. But they've inducted this Indian Illuminati has connections to Israel, and they're affecting people in the United States. They're infiltrating groups in the United States, white fascist groups, trying to turn these white fascist groups pro-Noahide, expelling, admins who have any, to be anti-Noahide in those groups, we all got expelled. This is a big fight in all of these groups. And the white fascist circles, this Noahide stuff, it's a big fight. Most of them just want you to shut up. But this is why. You would wonder why the Nazis aren't being more supportive, but I think that this kind of shows what's going on. If that's what happened. That's the story. I think that was a little bit too much for you guys. I guess, I don't know. I guess my tactics are a little bit too fluid, but...
Well, I do appreciate you going to all this work, but I think it's a bit naive to say, well, Jews couldn't possibly be Nazis. That's a bit naive. Right? Like,
well, no, but Jews, no, but I knew Jews are not... Look, Muslims and Jews are coming together and saying, let's work together. But I know rabbis are not going into Nazi circles and saying, hey, we both believe in the Noahide laws. Let's work together on this. I knew that's not the way it was happening. They weren't having Jew-Nazi interfaith dialogues on Noahide law.
Yet they're all strangely pro-Noahide law. Just by pure coincidence.
No, but it's by second degree. It's by Freemasonry. It's by second degree.
Okay. So the Nazis are connected with the Freemasons somehow. Kind of.
The Freemasonry is infiltrating the leadership of those types of groups.
Is infiltrating really the right
word? Or starting, I mean, they're making themselves the president of these fascist parties, and the leaders are Freemasons, and their underlings are all all homophobic sex perverts into making gay porn, and silencing anyone who's against the Noahide laws. I mean, it's bizarro world, but that's what's going on. Go into these Nazi circles and try talking about the Noahide laws. I'm telling you, you're not going to get a warm welcome. You're not.
Any thoughts, Doovid?
I enjoy some of the research, but I don't really need the sermonizing. So I don't really gain anything from the sermonizing. It's not.
Well, I wasn't. I don't know if I was sermonizing. I was just saying, like, what's happening, like, what I uncovered. I mean, you don't know these people, Raj Kumar. I mean, but I don't know how involved you are in, like, the up and coming Hindutva people. But just because they're not at the top yet doesn't mean these are the leaders of tomorrow. And I mean,
I'm not involved. I mean, you're really involved with ISKCON in Metro Detroit. And like, I study Hindu philosophy, like maybe go to some temples. But like, no, I'm not involved with, I mean, like I try to know about Indian politics or banking economics, but no, I mean, I don't know anything about these issues really.
Well, that's what's going on in the Hindu youth community. They're absorbing them and they're using them. And it was an Indian of the Indian Illuminati who really worked to implode my work inside those fascist circles and like went full steam ahead. He was like the spearhead of getting me removed and turning everyone against me. I mean, he was just like doing everything he could to stop it. And then he was
does he still support Trump? Is he a Trump supporter?
I'm not sure. But they all have this common, the common thing is they all call me degenerate, and then they all turn out to be degenerates. They're telling me that the only reason I'm against the Noahide laws is because I'm gay, I'm a homosexual. I mean, you have to be blind to hear no idolatry, no blasphemy, and then just say, well, you're only against because you're homosexual. That's going to be against you too. I mean, they know what they're doing. They're not that dumb. They're not that dumb. They've been infiltrated. They're being commanded. They're not so dumb as to just no. They're not that. Nobody's that stupid.
Yeah, lots of people are that dumb, Vincent. Look at history. I mean, history paints a pretty clear picture. The average person is not smart.
Okay, but there's also work being done here. I mean, there's also input into the system.
Well, sure, anything that serves democracy is going to have an origin in Freemasonry. To think anything different is naive. It's been going on for thousands of years. Time to wake up.
Well, yeah, I mean, anyway, that's kind of what's been going. That's how that works. I mean, that's what they're planting the seeds for the next generation, and it's pretty disgusting. It's pretty disgusting the way that they're going about this. And I mean, and you need to read what Hersch Finkelstein said. It was just so blatantly Jewish supremacist and just, beyond it. It was just beyond. But anyway, that's what's going on. You guys I feel like I've disturbed you. I kind of sense that I've disturbed you. I guess it was this one. I mean, look, if you're going to do psyops, you're going to have to deal with stuff like that. I mean, if you're going to get this type of find out people's networks and stuff like that, I mean, you can't go in. I mean, I can't be Martha Stewart. You have to get, that's how you get these things done. I mean, he was probably, I mean, someone else told me, not involved in this group, but there was a Pakistani Muslim who went to England and he studied there, and the Illuminati tried to induct him, and the only reason he didn't do it was because they told him he had to take all his clothes and they would take pictures of him. So, I mean, this is just standard. This is not even Skull and Bones. I mean, everyone's seen these rituals that they do. They get naked and they do all bizarre and weird things, and they have to take pictures so that they can blackmail each other and stuff like that. I mean, it's just sordid. I'm showing the sordid underbelly of Noahidism in India, if anyone's interested. But I guess it was just too much for people. I'm sorry. Anyway, though, with that silence, I'm going to go because I'm sure you have more interesting things to talk about. I'm sorry that I disturbed you guys. That wasn't my point, but...
No, I'm saying you gave your research. It was a little bit interesting. I guess, it's unlikely that, so to say your talking points or your conclusions we're necessarily going to agree with, but it doesn't mean we appreciate your research. Maybe you could work on presenting it more concisely or so to say, less of the talking points, because, we appreciate you coming on and sharing your research.
Okay, yeah, well, the first part of it was good, and the Freemasonry. I didn't mean to disturb you guys, but you're
just going on, and I don't. I was
just well, it was a lot of information.
Jennifer really has that much interest in what you're talking about, and it's not like to be just not that interesting, to me or probably Jennifer either.
Okay, well, I'm sorry. Okay, next time. Anyway, I'm gonna leave you guys.
Thanks for joining. I did find some of it interesting, and yeah, I think there's some value in maybe shortening it up a little bit, because we are going on like 3 hours now of this, but I do appreciate the efforts. And yeah, I mean, people need to make a spiritual change, because you're running up against problems, not just because the leadership is moldy, but also because the average person isn't ready to face the cognitive dissonance of what their beliefs mean. Right.
Yeah.
So
right.
It's going to be a long journey, but ultimately people have to make the decision themselves. Do they want self-governance, or do they want to be ruled by foreigners? Those are really the only choices you get. And I think a lot of people are just too immature to accept that. So they cling to these old things. And it's just like, well, you deserve whatever you get at the end of the day. If you can't grow up, learn the lessons of history, you're going to be basically doomed to repeat them. So, I mean, it is important work. And yeah, for those of you interested, please check out the blog.
Okay, yeah, I just have to ask one more thing. If the gay porn stars never came into it, I don't think you would have been as disturbed as you are, right? I think it was.
I'm not really disturbed by that. I don't want to promote degeneracy on the channel, and I don't think you're doing that. It was just a couple of those images. I didn't want to look at them.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Okay.
Science. It's for science, so it's
science. Okay, guys, I'll talk to you later. Bye, Doooovid. Bye, Jen.
Bye, Vincent. Thanks for joining. Hey, Doooovid.
Hey, yes, I kind of phased out once I saw those. I'm not sure exactly what point, but yeah, at some point I phased out, and I didn't think I was learning more. I wasn't sure if. Yeah, I guess I just lost kind of interest and didn't want to be rude, so I just figured let Vince finish up his point. I mean, there was some stuff that was worth discussing, but it sounded like he had other stuff that he just wanted to say over, and it didn't interest me that much. Or anything.
Well, he's coming from the position of being an advocate for Hinduism, right? So I kind of get it,
Well, I get it, but yeah, I mean, I don't enjoy advocacy, and I put in kind of sermonizing or being preached to in a week in review. So it's I mean, I guess Vince is kind of Claire in that, which is he can't just present his research without preaching at the same time, because it's for him it's a package deal, because maybe the reason he's doing it is related to his way of seeing things and the preaching he's doing about it. And to me, it just hits dead air. It's just I don't want to, and I heard a lot of it before, so it's just can't you just, I do a lot of interfaith also, and you're saying it's just there's general rule structures or organization, and
I think it takes a lot of practice, right? Because it's where do you get taught how to do this kind of thing? So people are sort of stumbling their way through it. Speaking of which, what did you think of my streams that I had this week with the new I don't want to say recruits, but the new friends?
Well, I mean, similar because, like, yeah, I mean, just talking and sharing your ideas is a good thing. And it's like the Illuminati saying, like, no, I'm sorry, Vince. Like, like I'm awesome and you're only mediocre. So, like, my time is worth more than yours. So, like, I can't just talk with you. And he's saying, like, no, I mean, but like, I am a purposeful person and I don't like to talk just for the sake of talking. And people have good ideas and everybody has something to throw in. But also at the same time, like you have an audience, you have people listening. There has to be the value proposition, and you know you need like kind of this price discovery type method to know what is the real value proposition of what you're offering. And obviously the tendency is like you're like, oh, like I got some good ideas and they're awesome, like and to overestimate the value of the service they're offering. So it's like Vince is like, okay, yeah, like interesting, but like you're like, no, I mean it's not like, okay, is that really changing anything? Is it like it's like, no, I mean you pointed out something interesting, you did some interesting research, but like is it a movement? Is it winning you over to something, and then try to package it for something that it's not, or whatever perspective that the person is trying, feels like a form of manipulation, where the person just like, I got some useful information, I've given it over to you, and then it's like a little more than that. It's like I don't know exactly what you're trying to do, but it feels like manipulation. I'm not so sure that the information you're giving over, how valuable that is. And it's like, okay, if you've given me over this information and it's all that valuable, like, okay, done, I'll move on. Like, what are you trying to do now? So it's starting to, the more you talk, it's starting to sound more and more shady. And so all people are going to form into that trap and saying like, no, I'm not a great thinker. Like we're kind of just shooting the breeze and I'm talking. Is there a problem with that? It's like, no, there's no problem with that. Or is it like, no, like, I'm sorry, like I'm a busy man. I can't just listen to you ramble. I'm sorry. But like within that, decipher, no, these guys have good services and good talents, and they need to know. They don't need to know, but I'm saying if they want to carry their ideas, like like whatever their situation in life, where they're thinking about truth and thinking about solving scientific puzzles, and they're doing things about it and coming up with ideas and working on these things, and then it's like, wow, I wish there are other people out there doing the same thing, because at most I could just do one tiny piece in the puzzle, and then how do you know where your piece in the puzzle fits in? So it's like Vince with his like whole like thing, like I'm trying to win over neo-Nazis, and like I mean to me just like, okay, like whatever, and it's like they like, okay, I don't think it's gonna work. I want to argue about it, and then I get to hear like all these stories where it's like, okay, are you informing me something useful? Are you telling me like your journeys of your travails of whatever his issue was? And yeah, it's a lot of work to present it. It's a lot of work to know the utility of what you did, when you're presenting your information. And it's like, okay, that's it, I'm sorry, that's it. Is there anything else to say? Well, no, no, I mean, now let's just talk for the fun of talking. Versus saying like, are you ready to do some work? Are you really interested in advancing your ideas? And are you willing to put the work in necessary? So when you come on Week in Review, and it could be like good cop, bad cop. Jennifer is like the good cop, and Doooovid is like the bad cop. Oh, but the roles could be reversed. And just saying like, yeah, I'm glad you're thinking, I'm glad you're putting together ideas, and then the bad cop is like, that shit's never going to be published. Like that's not unique, that's not useful. And it's kind of like JF, it's like, like, why don't you come on my show? And it's like, well, I want you to come on your show so that I could make a complete fool out of you and demonstrate to my crowd that everything you said is not warranted by logic. And so I want to be more friendly and encourage people to think about it, but at the same time, like I want to give homework to people. Like I got some more screen shares, like saying like, okay, like it's fine if you just want to talk about science and where you're not really a scientist or advancing ideas, but you have fun like following science and talking about it, versus someone's like, what does it really take to advance your ideas and work out your ideas, and to find a group of people that's willing to do the homework. And I'm willing to work on both levels, so that's fine. These guys have their ideas and they're a little bit interesting, and use, and versus like do they really want to perfect their ideas and understand the value proposition of where they're going to fit into a bigger picture of scientific ideas. And obviously that's what the multiple truth hypothesis for, is to be able to frame these things. And so taking your guests and saying, you guys have immediately things that are useful, a piece in the puzzle that could immediately be useful, so let's put that in somewhere, even if you haven't developed a complete framework or to understand the science of philosophy, the philosophy of science and the history of ideas and all these various issues that it's going to take to really put forward their ideas, to just say like, no, you discovered something useful, and that could be, there could be immediate utility to that.
Did you see any utility to the ideas that got discussed?
Well, I mean, I saw utility that it's good to be thinking about these things, but saying like, okay, is he really offering a theory that's going to like move progress forward, or is he just training himself to think about these things in a more scientific, mathematical way? And in reality, there's current existing theories that are way better than anything that that he's anywhere near proposing. And the only reason he thinks he's proposing something useful is because he's not educated enough to know that there's tens of theories that are much more elaborated and worked on and perfected than the ones he's proposing.
Yeah, I guess it's a tough
It was
realization.
really the same boat you're in. I mean, your theory is much more developed along the line, but it's the same kind of conundrum you're in, because someone's like, well, your theory, it's like Clarence, like, where's this paper? It's like, well, I have a blog. It's like, well, what journal were you published in? It's like, well, did you read my blog? And the person's about like, no, like until you get published, I'm going to go with one of the major theories on the market that are probably more developed and more useful than yours. And if your idea really is ever useful, when it gets published, I'll read it then. And which is a pretty reasonable, skeptical, attitude. That time is short, and if you really want to examine an idea, you want to examine the well thought out theories. But if you're really into the idea, you just talk about it and think it out with anybody. But then when you're pushing forward and you say like, no, I'm on par with the credentialed experts that have been pushing ideas in this field and have published peer-reviewed work on it, and you're not really going to have footing to argue with that. So you're going to take a Doooovid approach, where to say like, no, like I have to present it and argue and do it in a way where I'm going to have a footing with the people that are credentialed and most respected, currently, the standing on the shoulders of giants, rather than destroying the whole system.
We have a question in the chat from Ricardo Williams. He wants to know whether you support the agenda of BLM, and also whether you consider yourself a person of color. So I don't know if you want to answer those or if you think that they're troll questions, but just thought I'd throw them out there before they pass us by.
I always consider myself kind of like of color. I never really consider myself white. And I think younger, like I'm part Cherokee. Like from the one drop test, I always failed the one drop test, darker features. So like I might be like partially white, but like among all white people, like I usually stand out as like you got something ethnic to you, or you're Jewish, part Indian, or something like that. So I never really fell under a white classification, although I might occasionally check it. I think I checked white on the census because I thought that was the answer that they wanted me to give. I mean, from my perspective, I support Noahidism in terms of Black Lives Matters. And I could see like, yes, we have to improve the treatment of Black people in America. The organization Black Lives Matters, is it worth having protests? Is it one of the most pressing issues? But like, I mean, generally, like, yeah, I mean, I agree with Bernie Sanders that you judge a society largely by how it treats the weakest link in society. And that includes handicapped mentally challenged, physically challenged, the sick, and God forbid, on a group level, if African Americans are falling behind, or have disproportionate treatment in certain ways that could be considered like a limitation of suffering, and you want to limit suffering, and you see there's a disproportionate amount of suffering among Black people, that society as a whole should focus on alleviating the suffering where it's most found. I would agree with those principles. As organized Black Lives Matters, like, no, I'm not part of like an organized Black Lives Matters. I haven't been to one of those protests. I know, from the Jewish circuits and various things, some of the people involved, I might occasionally back some of the causes, but then I know it's not my style to like go to protests and stuff like that, and nor do I think it is that effective in getting things done. I had more conservative leanings, like get yourself an education, get yourself ahead, than protesting and trying to change the minds of the elite. You're better off trying to make yourself more qualified than the current elite to become the next elite, than to actively try to fight the elite or usurp the elite. Would be a Doooovid perspective.
Ricardo is now demanding that I go to the BLM website and read their point-by-point agenda. Well, I'm afraid, young man, you're going to have to come on the show if you want to raise those questions to Sir Doovid.
Yeah,
because I have
the
more
subject
scientific
means-
things to focus on.
Yeah, I don't. It doesn't. It's not really active to me. Like, no, I mean, like I'm not. So to say, like, I consider myself a person of color, but like, no, I'm not Black. Like compared to the blue-eyed man, like I'm a person of color, but compared to the Black man, maybe I'm white. And I support Black Lives Matters in the sense of better treatment of Blacks, but I'm not active in that issue, nor do I think it's, like whatever is like it's not my place to be a leader among Black Lives Matter.
Oh, okay. So that seems like a very, what's the word? Nuanced answer.
Yeah, I'm saying like we've been talking about for months. Like I mentioned, I'm an Arbery, and like we talked about the dissonance of how people related to what we talk about. Like I'm an Arbery, and we've been talking about these cases before George Floyd blew up, but not really like in terms of like political activism, more in terms of dissonance, limitation of suffering, how people go about making decisions and process information. So always within Week in Review, like it's not gonna like, I don't think me or Jennifer is gonna take like a big angle on Black Lives Matter or that, separate from the normal topics of the show in terms of limiting of suffering and dissonance and consciousness, reincarnation.
I've got some clips that I can play from stuff that came up this week. I had a throwback to you arguing with Aaron on a Babs cast about maybe 9 months ago. And I had just a couple of clips. So I don't know if you wanted to take a break, maybe 5-10 minutes. And
Yeah, I
can
got
play them.
phased out like Vince, where we just kind of kept on going on like hours. And like I guess I it was interesting as far as research, but yeah, I need some medicine. It's a good idea. Let me get these screen shares off because
Oh, Doovid, you muted yourself there. We haven't been able to hear you for a couple seconds.
okay,
Right,
sorry, I meant the
there you
screen share. So I just want to show these MIT courses, and kind of like like I don't mind Vince. I'm not against Vince. I'm not saying anything bad, but or even Ricardo and his questions. But like I want people to take these MIT courses and talk about that and help like advance these theories we're working on, rather than like press us for our opinion on Noahidism and Black Lives Matters. So these are the two most latest courses on MIT Open Courseware. I check their page pretty frequently. I encourage people, if they have free time, to take these courses. So I was checking their page, and they just released 2 new courses. One is artificial intelligence and machine learning. And so this is the most recent overview of artificial intelligence and machine learning. What's the current state of what's going on? And you have the video lectures and the course notes and stuff. So it's related because a lot of these solutions to consciousness are coming from the computer. So you're saying this is relatively in engineering the most elite institute, and so you want to know what the current state of science is. Like relatively, these courses are a good way to find that. And here's another course on neuroscience, which is going to be the current best state of what we know about neurology in the brain in relationship to cognition. So it's a subject we're always talking about. This was the one on computer science, artificial intelligence is actually 2020. This course on neural computation is 2018, but they're just releasing the videos now.
So these are free, right?
These are free. These are actual videos from in-person MIT courses that were recorded. So a lot of the homework and the lecture notes are included. So it's basically all the material from an actual MIT course that's put online. I think you could even take it like you were taking the tests and everything. I'll hope to watch the videos. Like, time is limited, and but I'm saying, like, the people who watch me and Jennifer regularly, and we're at the point like, yeah, we got to do the homework. You're saying like, okay, like I enjoy like Liebrix and the other gentleman. What was the other gentleman with the computer thing with the 3D visualization?
Alexander.
Yeah, Alex, those are great ideas and encouraging, and props to them to doing it. But like, the reward for work is more work. So it's like, but like, no, I mean, that's just step one. And for the people who are trying to join our little society of entropists, everybody's welcome and everybody could participate at some level. But if you're really,
the only requirement is being able to handle massive amounts of cognitive dissonance, right, Doovid?
Yeah, I mean, there might not even be a requirement, but yeah, I mean, you could say something like that or clever, but I'm saying, like, yeah, I mean, the more studious you are, the more advancement you're going to be able to do, and the more seriously you take it, the more research, and if you really want to know about truth, and you really want to add to the truth, you have to do a lot of work. Just like a debate when I had Ethos Ananda on, is like the problem with debate is the most important part of being a good debater is the preparation and the research. So certainly any of these things, like, okay, like me and Jennifer, and you hear us ramble, the key thing is the preparation and the research, relatively before you get on stage. Like, once you're on stage, you're on stage, and it's too late. But like at the end of the day, we're still largely in the researcher phase. Like, okay, like we're presenting, we have some useful stuff to present already. But like, no, unfortunately, the task at hand is so huge that even me and Jennifer like are probably relatively in the early stages of research because the task at hand is so large. So also this David Bohm book, for the video coming out next week that I encourage people to watch on the quantum mind. For some reason that webpage came down, but I downloaded a 550-page book on entropy. The name of the publication is called Entropy, but it's Emergent Quantum Mechanics, David Bohm Sentinel Perspectives, edited by a few scientists, and it's 550 pages of writings on different theories of David Bohm. So I'm going to try to read through the whole thing, and saying multiple truth hypothesis, entropism or something like this is important. And at the end of the day, like, we need people who understand this stuff. These people, Alex and Liebrix, are bringing useful information that's useful, but it's saying like, I mean, like, we want to solve the hard problem of consciousness, and that might be a useful piece. But you're talking like, no, I mean, we're not going to solve the hard problem of consciousness without decades of effort, and you have to be at the top of the game in so many multiple different fields that people need to know the momentous task at hand and appreciate the amount of work that hopefully we'll be able to recruit people that are interested in doing because they love truth. And we can't really afford to pay people. And for some reason, this one page is the Fetzer Franklin Fund. I'll finish up this and then I'll take my break. But for some reason, their page now is down and I can't get it. But there's a Fetzer Institute, which Fetzer actually comes out of Michigan. He was a wealthy man in Michigan and teamed up with, he owned the Detroit Tigers, the baseball team. But they have an institute, the Fetzer Franklin Fund, that is funding this new stuff of David Bohm on quantum consciousness. And so there's not too much, saying like, okay, me and Jennifer do this out of our own passion. And really there's not going to be, we're not expecting any economic benefit of doing it. It's pure pursuit of truth. And there's actually economic cost to us to invest so much time and effort into this. But it was interesting, the Fetzer Franklin Fund out there that's promoting David Bohm is one of these few foundations out there that are investing money into these quantum consciousness studies.
Well, good for them. Yeah, I was just going to say earlier with regards to all the people with their pet theories and magic keys, is it like there's a big difference between something seeming like it's right and something actually being the correct answer. And if your theory is so, I don't know what the right word would be, like a non-intuitive that no one can understand it, well, one might ask, even if it is true, what exactly is is it really valuable if it's true and no one can understand it?
Well, you have to know the utility. That's what I'm saying. If it's just a person that started thinking about these issues, and because they haven't really studied it, they thought they've solved these issues, but it's really their own ignorance that they, really are making a fool out of themselves by not, by demonstrating their own lack of understanding, by proposing their own solutions to these very complicated issues. Just like, I solved, the most complicated thing. It's like, oh, really? Did you? And so there's the tendency of people to do that, and they need to be humbled, and they need to know the mass amount of your work that really comes into a solution. But you don't want to discourage people. And it doesn't mean like what they've done is of no worth. It doesn't mean, and just because a person, and so Alex was a better example. Like, he came up with something, I hope it's useful to people, and wants to work together with people. But it's a common thing, because we're all trying to basically do the synthesis. It's like Freemasonry, and it's like, it's a synthesis, but it's hard to do a synthesis because I want my stuff to be disproportionately more important than other people's stuff.
Yeah, if you're talking about the hard problem of consciousness, like, you're approaching a single thing, right? There's like a single route to consciousness. And at first glance, it can seem simple and easy to systematize. But as you start to unravel or I'm not sure what the right word is, but uncover all the levels of complexity and start to disentangle the Maya from the reality, you start to get an appreciation for just how complicated the questions are. So I guess that's partially what I see my role as, being like a facilitator to get people to start to have an appreciation for the complexity of some of these questions, and to understand that it is possible to make declarative, authoritative statements, but the amount of work that it takes to get to the point where you can enjoy them, which certainty is probably more than most people estimate when they're just getting started. So yeah, I guess our job is to sort of walk the balance between being too harshly critical and too much enabling of pathways that are going to essentially lead nowhere.
Yeah, and then, because it's introspection, it's like, oh, the hard problem of consciousness. Like, I have consciousness and I've done introspection, so like I basically figured it out. and I figured out my own consciousness, and that probably explains everybody else's consciousness. So there is a certain level that, that anybody could have insights on. And I always say, like, if you're trying to explain consciousness, it should be intuitively useful to any person, because they're like, well, I have consciousness, and yeah, from what you're telling me, you're giving me some insight that helps me understand my own phenomenon better than I understood it before. And if it's a guy, maybe like Liebrecht's a good guy, some interesting ideas, but does he really want to study the philosophy of science to appreciate, like, even how the problem of introspection, and it's like, well, no, I mean, sorry, actually, introspection is not a valid method for producing scientific ideas, something like that. And there's the argument without, and then, the validity to say, does he actually have something useful? Did he come up with something useful? Or is it just, like, nice that he's thinking about these things? And you're saying, like, well, so what? Let's say he did come up with something useful, even though he doesn't understand the philosophy of science well enough to know where his idea fits in the larger scheme of ideas, or to people that use these type ideas, and what benefit, like, incorporating his idea into a larger system would do. And that's upon him to do the work at this point. Saying, like, anytime you write an academic paper, you're supposed to do a historical analysis where you give the history of your idea and the current competitive theories regarding the idea. So that's just kind of like the 101 basic homework of coming up with an idea, is you have to know the current state of your idea. You have to know the history of your idea historically, what people have thought about it, and what the understanding and answers to the questions that you're asking. Have other people throughout history asked the same question, and what did they answer? And then what are the main competitive theories or reasons that people believe different answers to the question you're asking? And you can't write a scientific paper without going through that first step. So it's like, okay, if you're talking to either one of these people and saying, well, do you want to do this or not? And they're saying, well, no, that's like beyond my level of interest or commitment to do that level of research.
Yeah, it does happen quite a bit. So I guess the only thing I can tell people is, if you want to be part of the conversation, you have to embrace a path of self-improvement, because that's like the practice of self-improvement is sort of part of it. You can't just go in with no preparation whatsoever and expect that that's going to fly with the people who are already doing the practice.
Yeah, and it's saying it's good that people, so to say, want to join this community of thinkers, and they actually have unique thought to contribute. So it'd be good, just anyone who wants to join and is interested in the ideas that we're putting forward, or other people in our circles are putting forward, let alone people that want to join our group of thinkers that have their own unique ideas that they want to contribute. So it's definitely a good thing you want to encourage, but at the same time, saying, like, no, MIT is MIT, and publication and money, is somewhat representative of karma, and there's that level of management, and just saying, like, no, I mean, at the end of the day, saying, like, there has to be a process of accepting and rejecting ideas and sending people back to the drawing board. And then people who are sent back to the drawing board, we're a friendly group, we tell them what it takes to perfect and bring their idea back to the drawing board. So if your research to publish your paper turns out that my idea is not unique, and there's other people that are already saying what I'm saying, or that there's other ideas that on the market that are more popular because they're more useful and are better at predicting results than the ideas I'm proposing, then you're going to question, okay, like, at least I was thinking and I was using the scientific process, but I abandoned my idea based on the evidence. And so saying the people are entering these circles, and then you're saying, okay, now it's time to do some homework to advance your ideas. And then they might come to the point, oh, I started doing more research, and I realized that like I'm no longer really interested in advancing the idea that brought me here in the first place. But then, are they still interested in doing this research and finding out what the truth is?
Well, I guess that remains to be seen. So, did you want to take your break now and I'll play the clips?
Yeah, sure.
All right. Guys, so we got some clips. If you've got any questions, please feel free to put them in the chat. I will add the chat here to this new window here. What have we got? I saw we had Aaron in the chat before. Nice to see you again. Hope your health is recovering. I had a bit of a trip down memory lane. I'll share with you guys.
Right, because because it brings you to an extreme place that nobody would go to. So you'd have to ask yourself why would Doovid do that? And that would be my answer. That you want security about where Israel is now, and you want security about what America is now, and you don't want the two to change. And they're both are more dynamic than you thought that they might be.
I function pretty well under distance. Like, you know, I'm saying I probably would actually prefer, let's just get it over with. I'm saying, like, I don't think I'm not scared. Like if Israel turns into a military state and they're going to expel God forbid, the Arabs and start bombing the hell out of Iran, like, I'm not scared of you.
You're afraid that you might miss the boat, and I think you have.
Yes. Yeah, so are you scared if Israel turns into a military state, expels the Arabs, and starts bombing the hell out of Syria, Iran, and Lebanon?
It's not going to happen. We don't have that type of public. We're too involved. We're too educated.
You want that to happen. Like, say, if that happened, you would kind of be pleasantly surprised, right?
Right. Then you would.
Disputes with Doolittle before on Facebook about this. He just presupposes materialism, and this is always the thing with these sort of libertarian systems when they try and extend it to philosophy or metaphysics, and they'll make sweeping statements like, well, Plato was a sophist that pushed pseudoscience, and basically they presuppose this completely materialist worldview. So Doolittle wants to outlaw lying, but I mean, by his test of truth, is a Dostoevsky novel true? Are the writings of Nietzsche true? He has no way to validate sort of metaphysical claims or, say, moral truths or poetics, anything like this. That's all pseudoscience to him. So, I mean, on the face of it, it's a very weak philosophy. Any philosophy that just presupposes a completely materialist, atheistic worldview at the outset isn't very impressive, and especially if they have actually no way to argue for materialism, which Doolittle doesn't, but they just presuppose it, and then they have this very circular way of arguing where they say that, well, they have an epistemology that says that anyone that talks about stuff is doing pseudoscience. But then they have no way of stepping outside that epistemology to say that those metaphysical claims are necessarily false, just that they don't conform to this very narrow materialist, empiricist epistemology that they say can give reliable empirical truths about the known world. So it's not impressive epistemology, and of course it also then denies the reality of consciousness, and Doolittle talks a lot about AI. But something like the mind-body problem, I think Kurt Doolittle doesn't understand, which again is very common for this type of materialist thinker. But there's a fundamental problem when you're trying to construct a materialist philosophy, which is that consciousness seems to be irreducible materially, that, we have qualia, like the perception of color, like things we imagine, that while they may be produced by material processes in the brain, while they may be produced by the interaction of neurons and so on, that still the experience of the qualia, that subjective aspect of experience, isn't reducible to something material. There's always a thisness to a subjective experience that isn't explicable materially. And this is another thing that Doolittle kind of skirts over. Now, you may think
concurrent view viewers. Very good, very good. I hope John, what's his name? John Butcher, Spectre, is here. 2 concurrent viewers. Very good, very good. While we were talking in the chat, I hope John, what's his name? John Butcher, Spectre, is here. 2 concurrent viewers. Very good, very good. While we were talking in the chat, I hope John deleted. Removed. John it's a shame, but 2 concurrent viewers. Very good. While we were talking in the chat, I don't know why you removed it. Does he think he's going to get into trouble? It's a shame, but 2 concurrent viewers. I'm going to regular talking in the chat. I don't know what he does. It takes a while for people to and go there regularly or hope to go there. And I think
yeah, I'm still not seeing how that would contradict the law of non-contradiction or the law of identity or the law of excluded middle. I mean, unless you're saying something is a square and a circle at the same time in the same place, I don't see how that's a contradiction.
Well, now we're talking about the taxi cab argument, which we will come back to because I want to explain what I meant by this. But my point is not so much that the law of identity is wrong or that the first principles are wrong. My point is that it doesn't penetrate all worlds. And that little simulation I would have created is an example of a world where it doesn't penetrate. It doesn't apply there. Now, as far as the taxi cab argument, my point with this is, yes, there is a form of geometry in which a square and a circle can have the same area, and it is taxi cab geometry. Now, what do I mean? Why do I bring that up? I bring that up because I want to point out that mathematical knowledge is true with respect to the deployment of certain axioms. And when we say a square circle is impossible, really, we are implying that we believe in the Euclidean axioms, that we believe that lines are straight lines, that circles exist, etc. All of the assumptions of Euclid or all of the assumptions of number theory. We can get there through these 2 means. But yeah, my point is that mathematical truths are only true with respect to a local environment. This local environment is created by the axioms, and none of these axioms are to be true everywhere. They can be true in certain segments like Euclidean geometry, but they could be false in other segments of mathematics like taxicab geometry. So my point is truth is relative in mathematics, relative to starting points that are assumed.
Involved and we've killed all the people that you can't employ. You understand that? We killed them all. They're gone. That's why we don't have them and you do. I mean, it's that simple. We spent 1,000 years starving, sending them to war, and hanging them. And that's what I mean. Our law is not kind. The problem is, if you don't understand that happened, it's now oppression. Right? And so now you're blaming people, and it's not. It's a fucking solvable problem. It absolutely solvable. There is nothing wrong that can't be solved in your community or mine. If we stop the fucking line and say, these people need this shit, these people need this shit, these people need this shit, instead of trying to make everybody a white middle class.
Version or something else, or was it because JF was an expert in viruses?
Right. I don't have any response right now. Let me go to the chat. Glib says, rioters and Antifa are released from custody almost immediately after arrest, while people on the right are condemned to long prison terms. I think that varies by locale. And so I don't think that's the rule the nation over. And then I want to tackle something that Claire Core writes. Too bad not one of you is prepared to take the bull by the horns. You were too afraid to even support me, who's offering to do it for you. Now, I find Claire's comments in the chat frequently embody a very common form of self-delusion. So Claire complains, too bad not one of you is prepared to take the bull by the horns. It never occurs to Claire that there may be something that she is doing that alienates people from her. It never occurs to Claire that there may be things that she says and the ways that she operates that cause people not to take her seriously, to dismiss her, or to block her. So Claire is constantly complaining about people who block her, people who don't want to talk to her, people who won't have her on their show, people who won't embrace her, and it never...
Delegates to the World's Parliament of Religions, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the afternoon session of the opening day today, the 11th of September, 1893. We now introduce you to Swami Vivekananda from India and request him to address us. Swami Vivekananda.
Sisters and brothers of America, it fills my heart with joy unspeakable to rise in response to the warm and cordial welcome which you have given us. I thank you in the name of the most ancient order of monks in the world. I thank you in the name of the mother of religions. And I thank you in the name of the millions and millions of Hindu people of all classes and sects. My thanks also to some of the speakers on this platform who, referring to the delegates from the Orient, have told you that these men from far-off nations may well claim the honor of bearing to different lands the idea of toleration. I am proud to belong to a religion which has taught the world both tolerance and universal acceptance. We believe not only in universal toleration, but we accept all religions as true. I am proud to belong to a nation which has sheltered the persecuted and the refugees of all religions and all nations of the earth. I am proud to tell you that we have gathered in our bosom the purest remnant of the Israelites who came to southern India and took refuge with us in the very year in which their holy temple was shattered to pieces by Roman tyranny. I am proud to belong to the religion which has sheltered and is still fostering the remnant of the grand Zoroastrian nation. I will quote to you, brethren, a few lines from a hymn which I remember to have repeated from my earliest boyhood, which is every day repeated by millions of human beings. As the different streams, having their sources in different places, all mingle their water in the sea, so, O Lord, the different paths which men take through different tendencies, various though they appear, crooked or straight, all lead to Thee. The present convention, which is one of the most august assemblies ever held, is in itself a vindication, a declaration to the world of the wonderful doctrine preached in the Gita. Whosoever comes to me, through whatsoever form, I reach him. All men are struggling through paths which in the end lead to me. Sectarianism, bigotry, and its horrible descendant, fanaticism, have long possessed this beautiful earth. They have filled the earth with violence, drenched it often and often with human blood, destroyed civilization, and sent whole nations to despair. Had it not been for these horrible demons, human society would be far more advanced than it is now. But their time is come, and I fervently hope that the bell that tolled this morning in honor of this convention may be the death knell of all fanaticism, of all persecutions with the sword or with the pen, and of all uncharitable feelings between persons wending their way to the same goal.
All right, so that about wraps up the speech from Swami Vivekananda that was referenced earlier in the show. So it looks like Doovid might have forgot to mute his audio because I could still hear him coming through, unfortunately, on my end. So sorry about that to those in the chat. Hopefully hopefully Doovid comes back soon and we can get back. Because this is a bit distracting, but yeah, in the meantime, I will find something to look at, which is this interesting diagram, which I wanted to go into a little bit, where we could talk about what happens exactly when someone changes their mind, because obviously it doesn't. There we go. There's Doovid. Are you all done there, Doovid? Or oh, okay. It looks like he's sitting down. Okay, yeah. So I did want to share this diagram with him, so I'm glad he's back. Yeah, so hey Doovid.
Hey.
I made this diagram sort of inspired by my chat with Super Librix, and he was talking about, you know, like what causes people to change their mind. So I tried to come up with a diagram, and I was thinking about what you said about how it was a vector field, how karma was functioning like a vector field. I'm not sure if that's exactly how you put it, but something to that effect.
Yeah, and be like, and those would, you know, possibly be sinks or sources that the decisions that we make that we're in a vector field, and our possible decisions that we make are like sinks that that once we get into the realm of certain decision through external forces, that we kind of spiral into making that decision. And from our perspective, it may appear like we decided it, but like in reality, it's like, no, we were just following a maybe even deterministic trajectory in a vector field.
Yeah, so it was that general idea that I was trying to convey in my diagram, because I'm sort of trying to make it as intuitive as possible. But basically the way this one works is that the state of mind when the person starts out is psi naught. So it's the one that's fully colored in. It's like in this diagram, it looks kind of orange. It's not really showing up exactly how I rendered it, but basically it's like trying to answer the question, like, if you're going to change your mind, what are you going to change it to? And so I've got this entropic gradient drawn in where basically the consciousness is driven to perform its operations using the least energy possible. So there'll always be a drive to increase entropy. That's why it's going downward. And then there's also a magnetic pull towards the natural archetype, aka the true self. So there's this like ideal that resides within everybody, which is like the embodiment of their true self, and you're always sort of pulled towards that true self. And evidence of that existing is the so-called imposter syndrome. Like when someone's doing a job that they don't really feel qualified for, is because they're not actually embodying their natural archetype. So that's what the diagram is trying to represent, is where when you have an opportunity to change your mind, there's more than one place your mind could change to, and where it ultimately changes to is going to be determined by your current state of mind, as well as the entropy of those other states of mind that you could change your mind into. So that's why I made this diagram, was sort of like a thought exercise, and to represent that some states of mind have a higher order than other states of mind. And in order to transition the mind to a higher state of order, you have to use directed will. But to transition to a state of greater entropy or less order, that can just happen spontaneously.
Yeah, I mean, because we're talking about Freemasonry on this stream, so the idea of Freemasonry as a true religion would be saying that the various degrees and estimates of what a person needs to accomplish, learn, experience, master, commit to, whatever varying things are associated to those degrees, that those are actual, so to say, factual sources in the material realm that would cause all structures to organize, because they'll naturally go to these lowest energy states that are corresponding to Masonic initiation rites, in hierarchies that where the hierarchies are representative of some factual lowest energy state.
Awesome. Yeah, so just wanted to share that. I thought it would be fun to go in that direction of making diagrams. I also had some exercises on the diagram, so I will make that available at some point for people to try out if they want to. I haven't sent it to anyone yet, but because I've just still been working on it. But yeah, I think it's important to think of the mind as something that changes in a discrete way, like that you can change your mind instantly. Basically, it's not a process that happens continuously. Basically,
Well, and saying like that you tend, depending on where you change your mind from, the closest lower energy state. Like there might be a lower energy state, but if on the vector field that lower energy state is very distant, you're most likely to end up in the closest available lower energy state, not necessarily the lowest energy state.
exactly. It's always about what is adjacent to you. So even though there's like maybe 100 states that are available, the most likely state of transition is going to be the most proximal. And proximity is determined not just by literal proximity, but energetic proximity. Because the mind is like, it's a physical entity. Like the origin of the mind is physical, but then it takes on a purely energetic quality. So it's best to look at it as sort of a hierarchy of energetic states, that the transitions from the higher states to the lower ones happen spontaneously because entropy always increases. So if you don't do any work on the system, you'll go down. But if you want to have a better state of mind and a more ordered state of mind, then you have to sort of will your way up to it. And that is the same as diminishing the entropy or some such thing. I'm still working on how exactly to phrase it, because like for me it makes sense, but to put it in a phrasing that's intuitive to other people, like I'm still kind of working on that.
Yeah, I mean, you just have to do the homework, and it said like that's what I said. Like you can't be published if you don't go to the work of researching the history of your ideas and then doing a synopsis of the what is the question you're asking, who in history has asked that question before, and what are the various answers, and what is the current state of the various answers to the question that you're asking, and then what is your answer, and where does that fit in together with the answers that had previously been given, or the current best understanding to the answer that's the question that you're asking.
Yeah, I think the challenge with that is if you want to approach a question like the hard problem of consciousness, where do you start? Like if you're going to do a historical analysis of the previous thinkers who've tackled this question, like where's the best place to start?
Well, so I'm taking a strategy because it's like, no, I mean, like there is no place to start, because the hard problem of consciousness is, it's almost infinite, all encompassing. So like you have to start somewhere. And so even these streams I'm trying to do on the multiple truth hypothesis, I just introduced historical idea, the geologist paper on working with multiple hypothesis, similar ideas from nursing, and mostly looking at cognitive dissonance, because the multiple truths, where you're going to have different paths to resolve dissonance, and hence but I'm looking for overlaps of the current state of ideas, and so they're vast. And then you have physics in the multiple world, and the computer science, the truth discovery. And so I covered the basic large areas of research where there's currently a big overlap with what I'm calling the multiple truth hypothesis. And then I'm going to go into a detailed analysis through the study of chess and decision making, where I'm going to give an analysis of what is the current state of understanding of how the mind makes decisions. And because that's too overwhelming of a field, I'm just going to focus on the game of chess, say my specialty and decision making related to that. But within that, I'm going to try to give a comprehensive review. And that is immense because there's been over 100 years of studies on what goes into decision making in chess and what is the difference between people who are one player's better than the next. What is the difference in their decision making that one person plays chess better than another person? And then the studies that have in recent decades tried to connect that to the best knowledge of neuroscience and the actual physical element of the brain. And so, okay, like there's linguistics, there's how the brain does math, music, and I have books on like almost all of these subjects. But like the reality is, there's shelves of books on all these subjects, and just the subject of chess is almost an overwhelming subject. That this week, if I have time, I'll do like almost 10 hours of reading papers. But to put that in a field where it's saying like, yes, I have a thorough knowledge of 100 years of the advancement of the ideas of how the human mind goes about understanding and playing chess, and what is the difference between two chess players of various skill levels. That's quite a bit of work, and the reality is you have to do that with countless fields. You have to do that with quantum physics, like David Bohm and the history of all these ideas, and to put forth to really understand what's the state of current ideas. And you say it's actually beyond one person. Maybe you could say, okay, this is a field, these are the elite in the field, these are the journals that are published, these are the papers, and at some level you could read all the major papers that come out in a given field. Or the task in front of us is daunting, and for the hard problem of consciousness, that is going to have to encompass language, linguistics, child development, language acquisition, thought, education, almost really all aspects of life under one theory. You really can't start somewhere. You have to just you start somewhere, and then try to work at unifying things, and the more things you unify. And I think those attempts have all largely failed. You have like the qualia that they call it, where you say, yeah, we have a lot of qualia that have been explained, but all unifying efforts have largely failed. So Doooovid is coming with a new approach. We're saying, don't try to unify it. It might be too difficult. Just use this multiple truth hypothesis to frame all the information we have about the issue, and use some sort of truth discovery process to lead us to the most likely understanding of the true phenomenon that is happening, as opposed to these other mainstream approaches that are trying to unify consciousness under one new discovery.
There's a question from Manfred von Fisselbaum. So if they can actually produce an AI that truly mimics the human brain, what then?
Well, maybe nothing, but I'm saying certainly the point I made to Jennifer, and we even debated a decent amount of time, was that most of the advancements in the understanding of consciousness today are coming from advancements in computers and artificial intelligence, and things like signal processing, where we're extrapolating that if the computer could do this, our brain could probably do this and more. And but it's not that we're like dissecting brains and figuring this out. Where we're programming computers to do more and more exceptional things, and then from there we're kind of trying to map it out and say, well, maybe that's actually what's happening inside our brain.
Yeah, it was a good point that you made. Because if you think about it, like if you actually wanted to categorize it that way, like what fields per se have contributed the most to the development of the answer of the hard problem with consciousness, it's a tough question to answer because arguably we haven't solved the hard problem of consciousness yet. So we're like slowly approaching an answer, but I think there is truth to what you're saying. Like most of the new theories in consciousness in some way derive from our knowledge of signal processing.
Yeah, so you have unifying theories. So you have the quality of the phenomenon of consciousness, like mainly like language, decision making, thinking ability, planning, these various things that we know consciousness produces and that are testable and verifiable, that the person could introspect and say, like, what goes on when a person makes a decision, what goes on when a person plans something out, what goes on when a person solves something, thinks about something, versus like an introspection where a person's like, well, this is how this is my understanding as the person who does these things, what I think is happening, versus a more scientific way of saying like there's some physical phenomenon that happens in the brain that is interpreted that way. And you say it's a hard problem, and we're not really inching closer. So we have much more understanding of the brain, and then we have theories that might appear to unify it, just on a theoretical basis. So in the brain, there's many more discoveries of different modes or levels of processing and thought, and where that is in the brain. So like language, math, music, planning, and even the overlapping multiple uses of the brain, that has been pretty well mapped out. But like a unifying factor of how that all forms the level of consciousness may be like a unifying factor of the different faculties of that are done in various regions of the brain, and then goes through like a central cortex area, where from there all that various things put together one thing that we call consciousness, and it's been localized to a certain range in the brain. But the actual process of how that happens, we're basically clueless on. And so that level of how that happens, we're using computer theory, because we're like, well, we know that there's a whole bunch of neurons there. Like what that has to do with consciousness. Like we know that there's an area that lights up in the brain from language here, and that area and all these other areas feed into this central area. And consciousness probably comes from this general area, because God forbid people who have like horrible accidents and have that area damage, lose those faculties, and God forbid like the accumulation of the current state of scientific knowledge that we know now, versus all these theories of introspection. Because people have been introspecting since the beginning of history, and now the combination of neuroscience and international universities and all the benefits of technology, Google Translate, and having possibly the wisdom from the top universities around the world easily translatable at your fingertips. So even these views of introspection, that there's many unified theories that aren't necessarily corresponding to neuro signals, but are corresponding to great minds who are just like trying to figure out how it might work and come up with a unifying theory. So most of those guys take those ideas from computer science. So what they're doing is they're analyzing how the computer works, and they're saying, well, we know, like I program computers and I could get a computer to do this, this, and that. So that line of thinking to trying to explain how a bunch of neuron signals in the brain cause the function that we know is located in that area. And, so it could be a completely fruitless search, that this process of what the majority of people are doing right now will never produce any fruit at all. Or it could be that like eventually they'll be able to mechanize a neural process and say, yes, in fact, the way that we program the computer to solve these things is actually the exact same way that the neurons go about it and overall create a process of consciousness. And the nihilists are are kind of assuming like it's obvious, it's going to happen, one day we'll figure out, or even if we don't, I'm still assuming that's how it works. As where Doovid is like, I don't think you're going to figure it out that much. And the reason you're attaching these things to areas of the brain is not because these things are being processed by the neurons of that area, but because the brain is a receptor to some outer signal, and that processing is not happening in the brain. The processing is happening somewhere, so to say somewhere else, and then it's just received in that area of the brain. So it's not the neurons in the area like the Broca's area that are wired in a certain way that it produces language. It's that the neurons in the Broca area, you receive the quantum information, or however you're going to describe it, from whatever element that does language processing, or something more complicated than the JF has said that's not necessary. He thinks just the neural solution will be sufficient. And Jennifer is saying, like, she's not saying because the question's being asked and because she thinks the neural solution is not sufficient, therefore it has to be quantum. She actually has an alternative explanation of reality that is quantum in general. But to say, yeah, the answer to the hard problem of consciousness has to be framed in this multiple truth hypothesis, because you see how complicated it is, and you see the various ways that you could turn, where you're going to say that your proposed consciousness arises from a purely neuron mechanistic method that is parallel to what we do when we program computers, to you're saying that no, consciousness doesn't come from that process at all. It comes from some completely other process. And without a framework like the multiple truth hypothesis, I don't think you're going to make any headway on this hard problem.
Someone in the chat, George Ardelanu, wants to know why we're trying to solve the hard problem of consciousness and what's next. So I have my own solution there, which would allow you to understand why people do what they do, change your own behavior if you want to, improve your state of consciousness, and so forth. And it requires looking at things in a cyclic manner. So everything is a cycle. So you have to understand that, like, even if you learn one concept, it's just going to usually be part of a bigger cycle. So that's what I'm all about. Doovid doesn't think it's possible to solve the hard problem of consciousness this way. And to me, the question is like, the answer is only, if we got the answer to consciousness, but none of us could understand it, would that really make much difference to anything? So it's this challenge of bringing this incredibly challenging idea or mechanism to light accurately in such a way that people can actually understand and use it. And I think that's where it's been such a challenge, because it's a type of feedback loop. Consciousness functions as a type of feedback loop that is not well known.
Yeah, I brought this book out. I meant to show when Vince was on. I just ordered it. Came this week. I had ordered it before last week's Week in Review, but it came this week. Hindu Encounter with Modernity. Kedarnath Datta Bhaktivinoda. And this was like 120 years ago. A Vaishnava who studied in Western universities, and he wrote about the effect of rationalism on Hinduism. And me and Luke have been talking about evolution, and evolution is kind of like I mentioned, that evidence-based practice, like a form of rationalism, where generally pre Enlightenment, Judaism is not really an evidence-based religion. It's religion based on received tradition and not on evidence. And after the Renaissance and the scientific revolution, you're saying everything we do is based on evidence, and it's just dumb to do anything not based on evidence. So religion that's based on received teaching has to deal with the Enlightenment and rationalism, and like you would say, rationalism like evidence-based practices. So evolution, me and Luke were talking about in terms of that. So here's a Vaishnava scholar in the same line of like the Hare Krishna movement, but obviously this is before Prabhupada and is even Prabhupada's guru, dealing with these issues of how larger Hinduism is either adapting rationalism within their structures, like the same Talmudic Pilpul type methods, by saying like the sages of previous generations were always rationalists, and trying to read it into it and saying we're rationalists, we should be rationalists, and anybody who doesn't think that the sages were always rationalists are wrong, even though generally till now most people never thought the sages were rationalists. But that approach, or the combative approach where you're just going to say, no, I'm an anti-rationalist, because I'm not going to give up my received wisdom and replace it with evidence-based practices.
What do you mean by rationalist?
Well, that's just the word that he uses here, this Indian student that's going to connect, largely Western philosophy and science all into one. And so I just using the word he used. So, I mean, rationalist wouldn't be the word I would use. But I've been using with Luke evidence-based practice because it was used in the article on nursing and the multiple truth hypothesis, where he's saying that you want to include things like subjective things as opposed to things that are purely objective in terms of evidence-based practices. So in medicine, you're saying like generally a doctor has to work completely within the realm of evidence-based medicine. And in the religious realm, people don't really work in the realm of evidence-based. They work in the realm of a received tradition. And
well, in the case of religion, the religion is the evidence, and you're getting evidence in support of like what is the nature of the people, and the religion tells you the answer. But yeah, to turn it around and say that the religion is the source, yeah, that's going to come across as irrational, even though there's a logical reason why beliefs arise in the first place.
I mean, you're saying you can't disprove religion just because it doesn't work. I mean, like evidence-based, it's saying like, okay, like you're doing this ritual and this ritual claims to do this, and the evidence shows that it doesn't in fact work. It's false. It's a false ritual based on evidence. And you're saying like, no, like I'm a believer. The tradition says to do this ritual. So I'm still going to do the ritual, even though the evidence has conclusively demonstrated that the ritual doesn't work.
I mean, does it though? I mean, isn't it one of those things where the ritual works like maybe 1 or 2 or 3% of the time or something, but it serves some other purpose, right? So it doesn't.
Well, saying placebo effect, but you're saying if you're a rationalist, you're saying you overcome this ritual. You're saying that the continuance. So Hinduism is going to come on and say like, yes, I still do these rituals, and now I have a rationalist approach to the ritual, as opposed to the so to say that the true rationalist is going to say if you were really a rationalist, you just give up these rituals and admit they were dumb the whole time.
Isn't that irrational though, because the rituals serve a sociological purpose?
No, because once you admit that it's not true and you're only doing it sociologically, then I mean, you might fall into saying, "Look, you're just a fallible human," even though you're a rationalist in the sense you've been able to determine the rational course of behavior because you're human. You're not capable of doing the rational course of behavior. But I mean, from that approach, that at least you're accepting that rationality would dictate behaving in a certain way, and saying it's impossible for me to behave in accordance with rationality.
I'm not sure I'm following the line of argument. So people give up the ritualism because it's proven to be irrational? Is that
You know the ritual, you know what the ritual claims, you know the spiritual, you're saying that, like, okay, like we do this because of like, the demons and, this thing wards off the spirits and, whatever that, might be written in our scripture for, any given, ritual. And you're saying scientifically in the age of rationalism and evidence-based testing, where you want to test is, does this ritual actually do what it says it does? And you say, no, absolutely not. And then you say, okay, maybe it has some sociological effect, but you're saying, does the ritual actually do what it says it does? And you're saying, like, absolutely not. So you're saying, well, so the evidence clearly demonstrates that your religion is false. So why are you doing it? So if so that could be like Orthodox Judaism or Christianity or Hinduism. So it's saying, yes, so like a Hindu, you recognize it like, no, this fire sacrifice didn't actually change the karma and cause this effect to come into occurrence. Evidence has demonstrated that it's just false. That no, when you do a fire sacrifice, like it might have a sociological effect and help keep the community together, and it's a beautiful thing. But from the rationalist perspective, it's false. It doesn't do what it says it's doing, and continue that if you're just doing it for a sociological effect, but the thing itself is false, then it's irrational to do it. Like you're a smart person, figure out a better way than doing some false ritual to induce these sociological effects.
What if there is no better practice?
Well, I'm saying hence Freemasonry. Which is the science of rituals, in this kind of unification, and saying that there's universal meaning behind rituals, and there's a way to correspond these different rituals and different traditions under sort of initiation ceremony. They're saying, like, if Freemasonry is saying, like, yes, you do need relatively, and I'm phrasing now Freemasonry like kind of like a JFian evolutionary terms, not the historical terms. But like, yes, you do need an arbitrary system to organize under, and that arbitrary system that you organize under is going to assume a certain structure. And no, you can't have no system. You need a system, and that system, in essence, has to be arbitrary, and it doesn't really matter because all arbitrary systems end up being organized according to these same Masonic principles of initiation rites and degrees and responsibilities and privileges that that will be like these sinks and energy levels that in different cultures or areas or systems might come out a little different, have a little different names, or slightly different variants, but are clearly identifiable of these greater Masonic initiation rites and degrees.
Yeah, the way I would describe that is basically saying, like, all ideologies function as religions, and all religions have rituals
and degrees. All
and
so there's not hierarchies that are determined by rituals and degrees. So not just there's rituals, but there's also degrees, and there's some form of elite in leadership, and the elite get into their position of being elite through progressing through a series of degrees that are found in certain public rituals that take a certain structure, and that's universal in all societies. All elite go through some sort of progression through degrees, and that are presided over by rituals and ceremonies that have a certain overall structure that is the same in all societies, in all initiation rites, and so on and so on. And that's the science of Freemasonry, if you believe it's true. That like Freemasonry is basically like scientific formulas that are just true.
Yeah, that's why. Like, so before, were you arguing that it was a religion, or that it what? How?
Well, yeah, it's like that Freemasonry is a religion because it's a complete belief system, and but Freemasonry, it's like Hindu, like all the Hindus, saying because we're non-sectarian, no Hindu ever told me to give up my Judaism. So he's saying because Hinduism is non-sectarian, it's not really a religion. Because if Hinduism was really a religion, they would force me to abandon my Judaism to be part of it. So like, no, Hinduism's something else. And he said like, no, Hinduism's a religion. It's just non-sectarian. And Doooovid didn't have to denounce his Judaism to become a Hindu. Right?
Yeah, I'm just thinking about.
So Freemasonry in that system also. It's like, no, Freemasonry is a religion, but it's a non-sectarian religion where you don't have to denounce your given religion to be a Freemason. You could be, so to say, two religions at once because Freemasonry is a non-sectarian religion like Hinduism.
Yeah, it's kind of the same argument that I hear from people that say like, well, Buddhism is just part of Sanatana Dharma, right? And Zoroastrianism is just, one of the, whatever you want to call it, versions.
Yeah, that's why Vince,
Dharma, right?
That's why I essentially just rejected Vince's argument and say, okay, there might be a school of Noahide people that are trying to do what he says, but it seemed just self-contradictory because the Masonry is not conducive towards like Noahide system coming in and setting up one bloodline in charge of it.
Then why do they profess those views and have literal executioners as one of their levels of the hierarchy?
It's like any system could become infiltrated and subverted. But Freemasonry has connections to Noahidism, but to be subverted by Noahidism and the completely infiltrated seems relatively unlikely. And that's when you're looking at the greater principles of what Freemasonry is teaching, corresponds extremely well with Vedanta. So Vince is saying but no, Freemasonry is insistent upon monotheism in some level. Yeah, for a period of time, Freemasonry was completely insistent upon monotheism. And that may be from Noahide influence, that Freemasonry as a religion in general doesn't have to be super insistent upon monotheism, but because of a synthesis of or winning over of Noahidism within Freemasonry, that Freemasonry became insistent upon monotheism.
Yeah, I'm not sure, but I don't see a whole heck of a lot of Vedanta in these systems. I'll be honest with you. I don't see a whole lot of logic. What you would argue would be Vedantic logic. This is not the same thing.
Well, obviously, Vivekananda disagreed with you, and so
yeah, and he was, his opinion is not valid because he was mixed up with these people. So obviously, he's going to promote their beliefs, right? So he would not be considered an authoritative opinion on anything other than.
Well, no, Vivekananda is basically the most authoritative opinion you're going to get.
Oh, please. When I scroll on Facebook, I see pictures of Dayananda over and over and over. I don't see any Vivekananda pictures.
On your page, I say no. Narendra Modi.
My page represents the people who keep a tradition alive. There's no
Narendra Modi when he came and spoke.
No organic following of Vivekananda.
No, it's unquestionable. Vivekananda is the most well-known Hindu period. In India, outside of India, in America, you might have your own guru, but just in terms of well-known, and it's saying it's connected to Freemasonry, and it's okay. You could disagree with him and be preaching a different school, but you're saying like certainly if you want to look to Hinduism and Freemasonry, like yeah, you should first look to Vivekananda.
Well, yeah, absolutely. When you were taking your break, I played that video clip of his voice at that speech, or sorry, not
1893 World's Parliament of
Congress.
Religion.
Yeah, I played it. It's a pretty nice voice, eh? Very melodic.
Yeah, he's just. I mean, he was young. He was, I guess, in his. I forget the age, like late 20s or early 30s, and
yeah, he didn't live very long. He committed yogic suicide in his 30s, I believe.
Well, he wasn't even. I mean, he was a disciple of Ramakrishna, but I'm saying he wasn't really a renowned. It was that World's Parliament of Religion where he emerged, like a leader of world religion, but he wasn't particularly famous. He didn't have any big accomplishments before that event, and he just gave the best speeches or sound. Whatever happened, he emerged as an authority of world religion from that one event.
There are some questions in the chat that I want to get to, because it sounds like some people are really interested in what you're saying. And let's see here. One of the questions is, how much does Kabbalah influence Judaism? And there was another one. And whether Gematria comes from Kabbalah, as well as doesn't the Torah condemn astrology? So any of those questions, if you'd like to answer them, I'll give the floor over to you.
Yeah, I mean, the Torah doesn't, I mean, you could say it condemns astrology in a sense, like we have Hashem. Generally we believe in astrology and destiny, but we believe that we have a connection to God, and through prayer or following God's law, that astrology could be overturned. So there might be warnings like, don't believe in astrology, believe in God, but at the same time, like, yes, we do believe in astrology. It's very clearly written in Torah, that astrology does have true effects. It's just that God is more powerful than that. Kabbalah, like I've been talking with Luke, Kabbalah is Judaism mostly practice and obedience to the law. So in many ways, Kabbalah has very little influence over Judaism. It's just for like the people who want to know the why answers to the why questions. But to be a good Jew, you don't really need to know the answers to the why questions. And in many ways, you're a better Jew if you don't even ask the why questions. So from that perspective, Kabbalah doesn't have that much of an influence in Judaism. But within Judaism, like the people who, like who has the best answers to the why questions within Judaism, saying like, all Jews are going to be like, well, it's the Kabbalah. That's where the answer to those questions lie. But, at the same time, we're more a law-centered religion, and the main thing is following the law, regardless of whether we understand it or not. And, so Gematria is more like a Kabbalah-based wisdom, where, Gematria doesn't help you follow the law better. Gematria helps you answer why questions, like why does God running the world the way that God is running the world. And as I said, all those why questions, you could argue that it doesn't even really make you a better Jew to know the answer to those questions, and maybe even it makes you a worse Jew that you even asked those questions in the first place. So at the same time, Kabbalah, that makes Kabbalah double-edged, where you're not necessarily going to win fame and be a popular rabbi because you go about Kabbalah, but at the same time, like the person who saves Judaism, the person who answers the most difficult questions or whatever, it would be assumed that like the Kabbalist is going to be the one who could really answer those those questions that nobody else has answers for.
Yeah, there was another chat about another comment in the chat about why are so many celebrities into Kabbalah. I never really thought about it before, but
because they want answers to these why questions. What I said to Luke when we were talking about faith, and when things are going good, it's easier to believe in divine providence, in that there's some sort of helping hand of higher forces of God behind the work that is making things go good for you. So when you deal with more than you could process, so it's saying like if you're, God forbid, a loser and you spend all day like in your basement indoors, and the only times you go outdoors and have interactions with other people, it's negative. Saying it's hard to believe in God and providence. But if you're famous, you're a politician or you're a celebrity, and you deal with much more than you could process, and it appears to your benefit because, like, you're a celebrity or you're a politician. You're saying there's one politician that represents millions and millions of people, and if you're that politician and you're saying like, no, I'm pretty sure karma's stacked in my favor because there's like one person who represents millions and millions of people, and it came down that's that person. So when you're in a position like that, it's very easy to believe in providence, which is just kind of like God is directing things and making things go in your way, or things get bad because if you're dealing with more than processing power, like you're a celebrity, you're a basketball player playing in front of 20,000 people each night, you're not going to speak and get to know to all 20,000 people. You're going to kind of have to trust that you're dealing with the right people, or the people are the people that you should be dealing with, or the opportunities that you want to be taken upon. And so you turn to systems like Kabbalah or Hinduism, Vedic New Age, or something that could explain these larger phenomenon, and also, so to say, help a person guide their providence. So I don't know if Jennifer will agree, but you can't really be a celebrity, meaning a beloved figure among masses of people, more than you could in any practical case have a reciprocal relation with ship with. You need to largely trust in God that just things are going to go your way. Like, people love me. Okay, like a few people hate me. One guy might try to kill me, God forbid, but like I know people love me. And so saying that you really have to have a certain amount of faith in God and people to be a celebrity, and to believe that like people love me, and people are here to see me, and people so on and so on. And so it's not at all surprising that Kabbalah is extremely popular among the elite, specifically celebrities, and because they want, how do they deal with these masses of people that they have to deal with? And so they say there has to be greater forces. You can't tell me how to deal with each person on a person-to-person basis, because a celebrity just has too many people to deal with. So you need to be able to reduce it to greater forces, so the celebrity could understand the masses of people they're dealing with as representative of greater forces.
So it's like maybe a way to minimize the cognitive dissonance of suddenly waking up one day to realize that millions of people love you.
Well, or the cognitive dissonance of the karma of being a celebrity. So it could be positive and negative, but you're saying, okay, if you are raised above the crowd, you're going to have a better vantage point on the karma, good and negative. So, and you usually balance out, and from that karmatic purpose that says like no, I want to hang out with millionaires and try out the coolest gadgets, and have a collection of the most beautiful women, as opposed to I want to alleviate suffering the most, or I want to solve these horrible crimes that have been perpetrated and no one else knows what to do about it, or so on or so on. And like I said, like the Hare Krishna tunes are invocations of the style, like, who is invoking Krishna? And you're invoking Krishna because you're gonna have the banquet of some great celebration, or you're invoking Krishna because you need to go in the battlefield and kill this horrible demon. And so the celebrity might have some greater insight of the demons that need to be slayed than your average person. So assume that the karma balances out, and it's all the more reason to turn to Kabbalah, maybe in the sense also the most popular thing in terms of even Kabbalah and pop spiritual wisdom is actually the evil eye. There's been studies on this. Have you seen those?
No, it's not ringing any bells. I'll look it up. What is it? Is pertaining to Kabbalah?
Well, the Kabbalah has an understanding, but I mean the perception that bad things happen to a person because someone gave them, so to say, the evil eye. So in hospitals, the most common explanation that people give to why they're sick is because they were given the evil eye.
Okay, I understand. I understand what that is. I call that a dirty look, but yeah, the evil eye. Okay, I get it.
So I mean, in Hebrew, it actually is the evil eye. Like the evil eye comes from the ancient Hebrew, the ayin hora, and so in the Talmud, it uses the expression ayin hora, which literally means the evil eye. But it's saying that this doesn't just have to be Judaism. Any karmatic system and any basic superstition of evidence-based practice versus what people believe, that most people believe in the evil eye, and tests have shown that even scientists and even people that reject superstition for evidence-based practices still have a tendency to believe in the evil eye.
So it's like some type of prehistoric superstition.
Well, no, I mean, it's an explanation of karma for why bad things happen. So you say, okay, why did this person get COVID-19 and die? And you say, oh, it's because they touched a surface that had the virus, and weren't careful to wash their hand and touch their face and got infected, and saying like, no, it's because they got an evil eye. Someone gave them the evil eye, and that caused them to get COVID and die. God forbid. But I'm saying the evidence-based practice would say no, it has got nothing to do with good or bad, evil, karma. Saying it's just a matter of probability where unfortunately they touched the surface or were in an area where the virus was aerosolized. But you're saying from a human perspective, your average person doesn't think in terms of probability, and they think and they don't think in terms. They think largely in terms of negative ill will from other people, and if it can't be explained, like this person did this to me, people will go with the explanation that they gave me some sort of dirty look, evil eye, and that had some sort of supernatural ability to cause this bad outcome. And most religions would say, yes, of course, that's how karma works. I mean, not necessarily the evil eye, but the evil eye is representative of some sort of spiritual flaw that the person, was able to, recognize, and that, caused the chain of reaction that eventually led to the punishment for the bad karma.
That's an interesting take. I'm not sure if I would explain it that way, but it is interesting to see that this goes back so far, and that scientists, even scientists who are supposedly ultra rational, believe in the effect of the evil eye. You start to wonder if it actually is a thing. Is there, you think there's truth to it? That it actually does confer curses?
Well, I mean, they would say what scientifically is considered evil eye, or if you actually mean like a curse, you're saying no, I mean, scientifically, saying okay, God forbid, person so-and-so saw our YouTube and they hate us, and they, issued a series of curses against us, and saying I'm not scared. I believe in evidence-based practices, and those curses don't mean anything. Or say okay, no, I'm a Jew, and the God of the Jews is the most powerful of all the gods, and it's impossible that your curses, that the God of the Jews will save me from whoever this person is trying to curse me, and I'm not worried. But yeah, it's gonna look to how you perceive information and go about making decisions, And if you're looking for received wisdom versus introspective wisdom versus, so to say, evidence-based wisdom, and if you're looking for evidence-based wisdom, how you go about determining, what is evidence-based wisdom.
Yeah, that's a very good question, because the evidence, like, what if a particular practice, the effects take 10 years to manifest? How do you practically test that theory? It's not really testable within the confines of modern science, which operates on much slower or shorter timelines.
Probabilities. I mean, we're talking about
the probability, because it's a quantum distribution that's unknowable.
Well, no, I mean, your probability, if you look at, like, okay, Hinduism, does the ritual work or not? You're like, well, it's possible that the ritual actually does work and it corresponds with empirical evidence, but it's not that likely. And then you come to the level, well, are you still going to do the ritual, even with all the likelihood evidence? And are you going to tell yourself that you really think that that the probability that the ritual actually works makes it worth doing? And you say, like, no, like, from the rationalist perspective, it's like, no, that's not what's going on in the person's head. They're not rational, because if they were rational, they would abandon their tradition.
Yeah, I guess taking part in the ritualism sort of presupposes some degree of believing in it, whatever that may be.
Irrationalism. Yeah, I mean, the fact the person continues with the ritual, and that's the unique take of Freemasonry, to say that, like, in a multiple truth hypothesis, that, like, no, you need ritual, and you take the religious approach that all ritual are true, that the rituals actually mean something spiritually and were revealed by true prophets or true bearers of spiritual reality. Or you could take, like, a JF nihilist, like, all are arbitrary and just serve a utility towards the benefit that Hinduism has a certain utility, Judaism has a certain utility, and because of genetics, like, saying it's very difficult to switch to a system that's not your genetic system, and so it's just the bearing out the environment that we're in and the variables versus the utility of the system that our genetics prescribe for us.
Yeah, exactly. And when we can start to make those equations, we can start to, like, do the simulations that will eventually lead to predicting the behavior. So that is the way you kind of have to look at it, because science is the real science is the intersection, because the real science is going to give you an explanation for why these rituals are done in the first place. It's not enough to just say that's irrational. It's got to be, I don't think it's a very satisfying explanation. And I think the evidence sort of bears that out. I mean, most people are pretty darn superstitious these days, in a way.
That's why I'm promoting the multiple truth hypothesis. Is I want to leave both the realm that the ritual is irrational but has certain utility, to the ritual is true and actually achieves some sort of supernatural function. And you're saying that these are possibilities, and it's possible that one of them is completely false and the other is completely true, or some other estimation, but for the purpose of approaching the truth, or even the hard problem of consciousness, as understanding these things, that I'd rather leave it open. And that's why, saying that I don't think we may not be able to answer these questions. So the best we could do is create a framework, like the multiple truth hypothesis, that frames it, allowing us to understand that there's multiple possible answers to this question, and we may never know, but we could still have utility from understanding the question better.
Yeah, or even just getting the answer. Like, if you could be directly proven that an answer is unattainable, I think that would sort of have its own satisfaction. I think I should probably wrap up the show soon, because I'm getting pretty hungry, but it's been a great one. And really appreciate Vincent coming on and Doovid participating. We're almost at 5 hours, so it's been another long one, but thanks everyone in the chat for showing up. Really appreciate it. All your comments and questions. over to you, Doovid, for final words.
Okay, yeah, another good show. Appreciate Manfred and Dr. Boreas bearing through the chat for so long, and Jennifer, you went through a lot. Vince had some good research. You went on a long time, and I think he went through his talking points again and again unnecessarily more than his research. But I did appreciate his research, and hopefully he continues to have success in his research and his ideas. And glad he came on. I don't know where Gandalf was. I guess it's not a big deal. If you want up Luke sounds like he wants to keep on streaming. I want to produce some of these chess streams and go in depth. I've been researching it quite a bit. I think I'm ready to start presenting the major studies on chess and consciousness and decision making. I'll start this week, and feel Jennifer's ideas are progressing and my ideas are progressing. So hopefully that continues, and I'm glad people are reaching out to Jennifer to share their ideas and so to say join the jolly team of thinkers and truth seekers. So awesome. Thanks a lot, Jennifer. Have a great week, and looking forward to next week.
Looking forward to seeing your new streams, Doovid. Thanks again for being with us. And thanks to everyone for tuning in. We'll talk to you next Sunday, if not sooner. Take care for now.
Yeah, that's just so to say, a worthless opinion of.
It's so important that she can't be told, she won't be told that it's wrong. And
bringing it back to Church of Entropy and her attack dog, Gandalf the White.
Why don't you learn to shut up and fuck your goddamn logic?
They control the media, and the media is capable of making the sheeple believe in anything.
Yeah, I don't mind. I mean, we've had these streams, and I've been doing with Church of Entropy, and she's been bringing on new people, and we did those streams on stream etiquette. We walked through the technology.
I have very strongly negative opinions of the kind of Brundle clique.
Is she trying to garner herself cult prestige by associating herself with a retard?